It's a good call, man. I
Best
don't know.
Raptor ever. That's interesting.
I think I saw quite a few people calling him the best Raptor ever yesterday, like who are closer to the Raptors.
Yeah,
probably so. Probably so.
What's up, man? Y'all in here, man? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up?
Trade deadline got everybody turned up. What's going on, fellas?
Let's go.
What's going on?
I'm like Team Bagley. Like, come on, man. Give me one more. Give me one more, man. Let's go. Give me one more. Ooh, Toronto is trading Terence Davis to Sacramento. Adrian Wojnarowski says Toronto is trading guard Terence Davis to Sacramento for a future second-round pick. The third deal that the Sacramento Kings have made. Terence Davis is on his way to Sacramento. Let's check out a couple of important things as it pertains to Terence Davis. Let's start with Spot Trek. He's got a qualifying offer this offseason, so essentially,
I like that little play. Sorry about that.
He got a qualifying offer next season, and he's he's a restricted free agent in 2020. Oh, so okay, all right, restricted free agent in 2021. So there you go. That's not the guard we were waiting to be traded from Toronto, and we certainly didn't think Sacramento would be involved. But there you have it. Terence Davis headed to Sacramento.
Okay, Terence Davis.
That's all right. Let's go.
I can't lie. You guys know I'm on my NBA. I'm on my college basketball. I'm not familiar with Terence Davis, so I just pulled him up on YouTube. He's doing a couple athletic things.
Why do you do that? Like, you pull up the YouTube highlights. Like, find me the YouTube lowlights. That's what I want you to find. Like, go out there and get me the YouTube lowlights.
Well, I just want to get from there. I want to see who he is.
Okay.
Damien, all my people on StreamYard. I'm number one. I'm going to blame Damien first. I'm going to blame Bryce.
Wait a minute.
Who else is in here? Because 18 years ago,
Cap, just like John says, Cap. I don't even know what's happening right here.
And I'm going to do this now because I don't want to do it on the show because we got a lot to talk about. But 18 years ago, yesterday.
Oh, I know. God damn it, I know.
And the Lakers beat the Kings in May. I'll be sure to come back when the Lakers beat the Kings in May.
Number one with the bullet.
I might take a plane. I might take a train. How do you people live here? You must be insane. I'm leaving Sacramento. I can't believe we missed that.
I might take a train. How do you people live here? You must be insane. I'm leaving Sacramento.
Check this out.
Oh, I got you.
But I'll be sure.
When the Lakers beat the Kings in May. I'll be sure to come back. When the Lakers beat the Kings in May.
Yeah, I saw that at about like 4:30. I was like, what?
Yeah, I was like, no. There's someone tagged us. Oh, Murph tagged me in it. Like, gosh, dang it.
Yeah, so we had to get that out the way because we got a lot going on today.
You know what? I'm not confident that we can't use that during the show when we're talking about Nemanja Bjelica. Nemanja Bjelica, Corey Joseph, leaving Sacramento. The New Orleans Pelicans are close to a deal to send J.J. Redick to the Dallas Mavericks. No buyout for J.J. Redick.
Okay.
He's headed to the Dallas Mavericks, according to... that's Shams. Again, Woj tweeted just a moment ago, no Lonzo Ball trade, sources tell ESPN. He's staying in New Orleans. Terence Davis, the latest player to head to the Sacramento Kings. He's a restricted free agent this upcoming offseason. I guess Toronto's trying to clear themselves of all guards.
Oh, pull up then, Terence Davis. Okay.
Just get all of our guards out of here. We don't want none of them. None of them. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Deuce and Mo are going to join us. The show is loaded, man. The show is just absolutely loaded. I know Deuce and Mo are still doing their show right now. They're going to basically wrap up their show. Then they're going to come join us. Bonte Hill is going to be with us at 12:47. James Ham's going to be with us at 2:20. Jason Jones is going to be with us at 2:55. Kate Scott's going to be with us at 3:30. We sent the video link to all of them. So hopefully I sent it to some email address. It's listed as Jason Jones's email address in my contacts. I have no idea if it is or if it isn't. But I did send it to him. So there you go.
Oh, get athletic, Terence Davis.
Okay.
So watch some highlights.
All right.
Get athletic, as Charles would say.
Charles does be making up some stuff.
Athletic.
This is exciting, man. Really waiting for that. It's that Buddy Hield. That's not happening, is it?
I don't think so.
Marvin's not happening, is it?
I don't think so.
Let's see. Terence Davis played 6 minutes last night. 6 minutes. But his highlights are nice because Kenny's watching.
They are.
Nice highlights.
I like what I'm seeing from Terence Davis.
Kenny ain't ever seen a highlight he didn't love.
I like what I'm seeing from Terence Davis. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Show starting in about 20 seconds.
I like him more than Silva. Oh.
Okay.
You know who he looks like? He looks like Jemias Ramsey, like how we want Jemias Ramsey to look. Sometimes you really just vibing out. From the streets, boys, Southwest, legendary self-made progress. That's time that I check.
Hey, we welcome you in here to an NBA trade deadline special. We here with you today, D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway. If you can peel his eyes away from YouTube, he's watching highlights of the newest Sacramento Kings.
I like it. I like
Terence Davis.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
This deal announced just moments ago by Adrian Wojnarowski. Toronto is trading guard Terence Davis to Sacramento for a future second-round pick. Of course, that is one of 3 deals that have been made so far. Well, I would say so far today since the end of yesterday's game, which, by the way, the Kings won. That's kind of going to be an afterthought here today. We're going to get to it because you might not realize the Kings have won 4 of their last 5. You also might not realize De'Aaron Fox is a God-blessing stud.
Woo.
Like, he is playing absolutely out of his mind right now. But the story, of course, is the NBA trade deadline, and things are happening all over the league. Aaron Gordon and JaVale McGee are moved. Denver and Portland, obviously big fans of D'Lo and KC, as we've talked about them a couple of times this week, and they went out and made some moves. The Chicago Bulls, Billy Donovan going for it. Rajon Rondo headed to the Los Angeles Clippers. Lou Williams headed out of town. He's joining Atlanta. We will get to all of that. The Cleveland Cavaliers and Andre Drummond. No trade on the horizon for that group right there, according to Chris Haynes. They're going to be working on a buyout. So get ready, Brooklyn. But we start with your Sacramento Kings and immediately following last night's game. And when I say immediately following last night's game, I mean immediately following last night's game. Corey Joseph is traded. Corey Joseph, who was late getting out of the locker room. He wasn't a part of warmups. He joined the group late. There were all sorts of conspiracy theories. There were all sorts of, okay, something's going on here with Corey Joseph. And then he checks into the game. And it's like, okay, well, I guess that's nothing. Just keep it moving there. And then the buzzer goes off and the alert comes in from Woj as he's live with Scott Van Pelt. This is Corey Joseph is headed to the Detroit Pistons. DeLon Wright, I guess, combo guard. He's played mostly at shooting guard for Detroit. He's played a lot of his career at the point guard position, but a solid little backup with some money on the books for next year. He's on his way to join the Sacramento Kings.
I like the move. Let me say first and foremost, Corey Joseph. I know he was the ire of a lot of fans here in Sacramento, And I'm not sitting here to say it's like we lost Chris Webber in his prime or nothing like that. But I liked Corey Joseph. And I thought he was a little miscast here because the roster wasn't deep enough. And he was playing a lot bit more than he should have. But he was a solid ball player here. Solid. I think he was a solid ball player. Great teammate from everything we hear. Great teammate.
Absolutely. You saw you saw that last night when you heard Luke Walton talk about him. You heard about it when De'Aaron Fox talked about him. That 100% seems to be the truth. Yeah,
they love Corey Joseph in that locker room, and I just I've had back and forth with Corey in the past in a positive way. A stand-up dude, really good guy. So this is a business. You got to do what you got to do. And Monty and the Kings seem to be trying to do something to improve this roster. And that was an area where they felt they can improve. So shout out to them for that. But I do want to give a shout out to Corey Joseph, man, and good luck. I don't think it'll be in Detroit next year, but moving forward, good luck to Corey Joseph, man. I wish him the best.
Yeah. And, I guess, this is an upgrade at that position. He's a guy who could come in and do a lot. And I don't know, this can be speculated on forever. I don't know if Corey Joseph was told yesterday he was going to be traded. I don't know if Corey Joseph was told before the game, like, hey, there's probably a good chance you're going to be moved. Here's what we're working on. It could have been left up to him as to whether he wanted to play or not. He played 21 minutes last night. Again, he was late coming out. I don't think that's just something that you brush by. There's probably something to that. Whereas you look at the other guy who was traded earlier this morning, your man's in them, Bjelica. By the way, the deadline is passed, and I haven't gotten the Hassan Whiteside alert. I just realized that.
No,
we didn't get the Hassan Whiteside alert. That doesn't mean it happens. It happened. That doesn't mean it won't happen.
Right. There's things that trickle in.
Adrian Wojnarowski can only tweet so fast. The Shams, they can only tweet so fast. But Nema Bjelica sat on the front of the bench with his hoodie pulled up over his head and his face in his hands through 90% of the game, despite the fact his team was balling. And he was a DNP CD last night for the Kings win over the Hawks. So he was traded today to the Miami Heat in exchange for Mo Harkless. So we knew Nemanja Bjelica wasn't going to be a member of the Kings when they played the Warriors tonight. We didn't know if he was just going to be let go, bought out, or whatever, but he gone.
Hey, man, I'm going to keep that same energy. Couldn't get rid of Nemanja fast enough.
Yeah, the whole not playing thing was just
couldn't get rid of him fast enough, man. And you just mentioned it right now. I mean, maybe he had 1 foot out the door. Maybe he could care less. But last night, they're in a couldn't care less. You're right.
I gotcha.
Don't people say that like I could care less? When they're saying they don't care, are they just saying it wrong when they say that?
Yeah, it's you because if you could care less, then you could care less. But if you couldn't care less, like you couldn't possibly give less of a crap.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Here's another trade right here. The Hornets are acquiring Golden State's Brad Wanamaker, Celtics legend. I believe that's Brad Wanamaker.
That's going to make Warrior fans so happy.
Is that going to put butts in the seats? The Hornets are acquiring him. That's according to Shams. So again, even though it's past 12, we'll continue to update you with any deadlines that are coming in. Shams just confirmed the JJ Redick Dallas New Orleans deal. It's a straight up deal. Dallas is acquiring JJ Redick. But go ahead.
Real quick implications for tonight. To my knowledge, it's just Nico Mannion as a point guard for the Warriors.
Okay,
getting rid of Wanamaker. So Nico, maybe they tried Jordan Poole at point, but that was their point guard, their backup point guard with Steph out. So. Yeah, run him into the ground.
Warriors fans weighing in here with Brad Wanamaker here on the chat. If you want to be,
that was a win for them in Warrior fans' eyes.
If you want to be a part of the conversation, a great way to do it, and we really do want to hear from you today. We want to hear what you think. We are going to open up the phone lines in a way that we haven't done before. We are just going to open up for you beginning at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. Again, the show is loaded today with guests just all over the place, starting at 12:47 with Bonte Hill. But when we wrap up with Bonte, we want to make sure you get on and you let us know what you think of what the Sacramento Kings have done over the course of the last 24 hours. And then again, we're going to dive into this. It's important to talk about. They beat the Hawks last night. You and I were feeling good about that one. We were feeling good heading into that game, thinking they had the upper hand, kind of having that tape, so to speak, coming off of the loss last week. And a spectacular. You wouldn't know this, by the way, if you watched NBA TV or if you watched an any highlight package. You might not know that the Sacramento Kings won. You might not know that De'Aaron Fox scored 37. You know that Trae Young, shot from the logo. Oh, they did. They did a full-on highlight package of the God blessing Atlanta Hawks and just threw in at the end, Kings win 110-108. It was it was the biggest load of crap you'll ever see, given the fact that, if it was like a balanced effort and everybody had 12, like fine. Yeah. De'Aaron had 37 freaking points yesterday, and you essentially ignored it.
It's funny you say that because I don't know if it was on NBA TV or not. I saw a highlight of the Grizzlies game. And they showed Ja Morant's dunk.
Mm-hmm.
Man had 11 points on like 5 of 16 from the field. Come on, man.
That's trash, man. It's just absolutely trash. So we'll dive into the Kings is in terms of winning, in terms of now 19-25. It feels like this game tonight maybe a little bit bigger than we thought it might have been, a week ago with Steph out and the legend Brad Wanamaker now gone. Like I did, maybe Draymond Green. My goodness, here is another deal from Adrian Wojnarowski. Houston is trading Victor Oladipo to the Miami Heat.
What they getting back?
Boy, Miami is loading up right now. I mean, by the way, we booted Bjelica out of town. He went to Miami. I don't even think we mentioned that. Mo Harkless is coming back, but Bjelica is out of here.
I know that because I just came back from the airport. I was the one that drove him there.
You dropped him off? Yeah. That was nice of you.
I drove him. Yeah, it was part of the deal. I said, if you get him out of here, I'll drive him. So I just got back from Sac International.
Did you stop the car or did you just kind of push him out of the passenger side?
I mean, I wasn't driving that fast.
Okay. He just hopped out.
Yeah, I mean, it was moving. The car was moving,
I got you.
But I wasn't going that fast. I got some type of respect for him.
I don't have. I'm following Adrian Wojnarowski. I've got the alerts in front of me. We'll keep you updated. But Houston is trading Victor Oladipo to Miami. We don't know what is headed back in return yet, but that is a massive acquisition for the Miami Heat, and there are some teams that are going for it, and when we get time, we'll dive into the league as a whole and talk about what some of these teams. I think what Denver did was really impressive today.
It was. I like that.
But the Kings, they made some moves. Nothing stunning here. We still don't have the Hassan Whiteside tweet, but I think there are some things to expect for Kings fans in the coming hours, Kenny. Hassan Whiteside, if a trade wasn't done, I think he's ultimately going to be bought out.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was going on with Hassan Whiteside?
I'm sorry.
What's happening?
I'm not going to say it. Okay. Allegedly, according to reports, there were multiple teams inquiring about Hassan Whiteside. Allegedly.
Let's call it what it is. Call it what it is, Damien. It was a what?
Allegedly. There was a bidding war for Hassan Whiteside. Allegedly.
I'm telling you, he was hot in these streets, man. He was hot in these streets. It was a bidding war, man.
And here's one of the biggest tweets of the day from Adrian Wojnarowski. If you were following the NBA last night, you were watching. If you were watching that broadcast, that first ever NBA broadcast with all of the women calling the game for the Toronto Raptors, they're keeping Kyle Lowry.
Oh my God!
After all of this, Kyle Lowry remains with the Toronto Raptors. They are not trading him.
That's a fail. If I'm a Raptors fan, I'm pretty hot right now.
But
they love Kyle Lowry because they're not going nowhere. He's leaving at the end of the season. He's not staying there. For the last week and a half, we've been doing this ceremonial goodbye to Kyle Lowry. He gets to the camera. He's chucking up the deuces.
There was nothing ceremonial about what happened last night. Like, he was gone. He was out of there. And
Drake is FaceTiming him to tell him bye and all this other stuff. And after all of this, he gonna stay, and they're gonna stink.
Well, maybe the right deal wasn't out there. I guess
they wanted too much, man.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, but that's got to be one of the biggest tweets from Woj today is that the Raptors are keeping Kyle Lowry. Now now that we've got the Victor Oladipo news, now that we've got the Kyle Lowry news, I feel like the trade updates are going to start to settle down here a little bit. But what I think is going to happen, Casey, and I want to get your thoughts on this. We'll dive into this. I think Hassan Whiteside is ultimately not going to be a member of the Sacramento Kings, whether it's an update on a trade or whatever it may be. And if you're listening on the radio and you want to watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN1320 YouTube channel, we don't take any commercials commercial breaks on the stream. So if something happens when we go to commercial on the radio, we've got you covered on the live stream. Another thing that I think is ultimately going to happen is Jabari Parker. Yes. I think Jabari Parker is going to be cut. Another Mark Stein tweet here, kind of in the similar vein of the one we just read you. No trade for LaMarcus Aldridge. So we'll dive into this stuff league-wide. We'll really center in on the Sacramento Kings, and we'll talk about the fact that they've won 4 of their 5, and their point guard, the Sacramento Kings point guard, is an elite NBA player. We'll talk about that as this incredible trade deadline episode of D-Lo and KC continues here on radio.com, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Ooh. Did they really? I didn't get. Was that not a Shams tweet? Who? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I did.
I like Wagner.
Yeah.
But I was about to say the door is completely clear for Rob Williams now.
Appreciate y'all getting in here and hanging out with us, man. Thanks for being with us. If you're on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up. You guys crushed it yesterday, by the way. We wanted to get to 300 subscribers by the end of the week over there on YouTube. This nice little channel that we're building there. And you got us to 314 last night. So the road to 400 begins now. We got to start pushing the Twitch channel a little bit harder. But there's 60 some odd people in here on the YouTube channel. So hit that thumbs up, man. That thumbs up is super big for us. It gets people to subscribe to us. It'll help us grow to those Deuce and Mo numbers, man. So hit those thumbs up buttons, and actually just the one. There's only one thumbs up button. Hit that, and we'd greatly appreciate it. Here you go, KC. Houston traded Victor Oladipo to Miami for Avery Bradley, Kelly Olynyk, and a draft swap.
Okay, Miami didn't give him much. Olynyk
not at all.
Olynyk plays. I will say that, but
remember, Victor Oladipo, like this is this year.
Yeah.
And let's bring Miami back into the conversation. If the Spurs and Aldridge proceed to buyout talks as expected, Miami is viewed by numerous rival teams as the favorite to sign him. Ooh, this Eastern Conference, boy, my goodness. This Eastern Conference is doing the damn thing.
They making moves.
For real. Like, let's go. Okay. Man, this is fun.
Where's Ko at? Ko said earlier, what did he say? I don't know. I'm looking for it. But he basically said that I've been trashing Corey Joseph. That's not true.
You didn't trash Corey Joseph. No, I've
been a defender of Corey Joseph.
I think you've been kinder to Corey Joseph than most of the fan base has been. Corey, and I know, like, dude, I get it. Like, I get the frustration with Corey Joseph. I promise you that. Like, I completely get it. Let's see what James Ham got here. Confirmed to a league source that the Kings gave up Memphis' second-round pick in 2021 in the Terence Davis trade. The overall deal is unknown at the time. So there you go. Keep hitting that thumbs up on YouTube, by the way.
Ko. Stop. I never talk bad about Corey Joseph. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I think there's a difference between analyzing the game and talking about the game that he had and then just outright like trashing him. There are some fans that absolutely hated him.
I did talk bad about him.
You just kicked him out of the car. Yeah, like that's fine. But let's also be fair to that story. Is I think the perception. I felt like your view on him and you changed a little bit after when the report came out about him like refusing to play.
Yeah. Before I just didn't want him on the floor because I didn't think he was very good. I was like, man, whatever. We don't need him on the floor. After the report came out, I was like, get him the hell out of here. Get him the hell out of here.
Yeah, Brian, we got you, man. We're just now diving into everything, B. We got you, man. Golden State has traded Marquise Chris to the Spurs. Is that Kings legend Marquise Chris?
No, unfortunately, he has not been a King yet. Sacramento native, but not a Kings legend. He's out for the season, I think.
The Spurs are like, we'll take him. We got it. Send him over this way. Is Kyron in here? Is our man I don't know if I've seen Kyron in here. Bruh. We just gonna get here in this chat house and start telling lies.
Yeah. Ain't no cry later for John when it talks about Corey Joseph bleeding.
John up here talking about I've been super kind to Corey Joseph. Like John. You stop that. You want to take part in the chat, man. A great way to do it in commercial free for the next 4 hours over on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Of course, we welcome everybody who is listening wherever you may be at on radio.com or on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It is a very busy day. Bonte Hill, he does the morning roast for 95.7 The Game. He also does Warriors pregame coverage for NBC. He's going to join us. Lost in all of this is there's another game tonight. Great that the Kings won last night, but you're not going to get too much time to relish in your 4 out of 5 and your 37 from your point guard that was ignored by the NBA and all the other highlight packages. You've got to focus on getting a win tonight against the team that, they've made a couple of trades today, and they also have Steph Curry out. So this is an interesting. I feel like the dynamic of this game has shifted quite a bit.
And they traded their backup point guard, so they've got a rookie that just came from the Gubble, guarding De'Aaron Fox, who is killing it as of late. Killing it. He's a problem.
A couple of more notes that happened there for the folks on the radio during the commercial break. Boston is trading Daniel Theis to Chicago. We got the details on the Victor Oladipo to Miami trade. Good. I mean, it's Miami's going for it. Miami's going for it in the sense like they traded Victor Oladipo. They're trying to get back to the NBA Finals. They're trying to get up there to compete with the Brooklyns and the Bucks and who am I leaving out? The Brooklyn Bucks,
the Sixers, the
Sixers. Thank you. For God's sake, Sixers are leading the damn conference, and I'm leaving them out. But they also seem to be, because the San Antonio Spurs did not trade LaMarcus Aldridge. As Greg Popovich said when we were first alerted about what was going on with LaMarcus Aldridge and the San Antonio Spurs, if we're unable to facilitate a deal, there's probably going to be buyout talks on the way, where now it's time to start talking buyout. Many people have said, and it was reported just moments ago, that the belief is Miami is the front runner to land LaMarcus Aldridge. So this is a team that was in the NBA Finals last year that started really in kind of a what the hell is going on here fashion, who's trying to load up on talent, even if it's only for a year, even if it's just to get back there one more time. They're loading up their roster with guys right now.
They're trying. I don't think it'll be enough, but they're trying.
Tough. Like, it's tough because you're measuring against James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant, for God's sakes.
Yeah, well, I still wouldn't pick Miami against Milwaukee. I think Milwaukee would curb stomp them this time around in the playoffs.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
I think they would be able to work on them boys.
I know we didn't talk a lot about it. I really like the PJ Tucker deal for the Bucks.
I like that. Now let me ask you this: you like what Chicago did? Chicago getting
I like that they're going for it. Billy Donovan,
is big Vucevic.
They're going for it. Like, why not? Like, but the difference is with Chicago. With all due respect to Billy Donovan, who I really do like and have a tremendous amount of respect for, where are they? Where's Chicago in that conference? Like, it's good. Like, this is what I like what they did. Like, is this a building move for the future? I don't know what. Like, how do they match up with Philly, Brooklyn?
A little bit for the future. A little bit for the future. You got obviously an all-star in Zach LaVine, and you get Vucevic, and he's, I think, signed for 2 more years.
Sounds
like
right.
It's not an expiring, and it's not even I don't think a 1-year deal. So yeah, you get those two. You got 2 all-stars now. You put him with Kobe White, who I'm a big fan of Kobe White and what he brings to the table. They got Patrick Williams, the rookie, get another year of him. I like what the Bulls are doing, man. I do.
I like what Denver. I like what Denver's doing too. Denver, obviously, big fans of the show. They were listening to us talk about them. They went out there. They got Aaron Gordon. They got JaVale McGee. They got some pieces. I don't know what this means for Denver. These are some things that are just this is a group that's got to hit on all cylinders. Like, they're right there. They're still in competition. The third spot is really within reach for Denver. in the 2 spot isn't too far away. But we'll dive into the stuff league-wide here as the day rolls along. We want to continue to focus on the Sacramento Kings, who right now have made 3 deals. I don't know if there have been some trades made that haven't been announced, but we expect a couple of more things to happen. I think the 2 things you can expect the most is Jabari Parker almost certainly, I believe, is going to be cut or whatever you do in the NBA, bought out, like whatever. Right. He's owed $6 million, so maybe he's just bought out. Like ultimately, I don't think he's going to be on the roster. They're going to need this roster space. Hassan Whiteside, I'm fascinated by, because it wasn't that long ago that there was allegedly a bidding war for him.
Yeah, this is facts.
There were multiple teams allegedly vying for the services of Hassan Whiteside, and that's all on top of the fact of Nemanja Bjelica was traded, Corey Joseph was traded, Terence Davis is headed to Sacramento from Toronto. That's the only guard that Toronto traded today. Kyle Lowry's not going anywhere, and it appears Marvin Bagley, Team Bagley's prayers have gone unanswered. If you caught that tweet fast enough,
yeah, they were praying. They were praying to get up out of here.
Well, I think Team Bagley as a whole, you might be getting to the point where a lot of Kings fans are kind of with you along there in prayer. I think some Kings fans might be getting sick of this act.
Look,
it's not fair. It's not fair to Marvin. I think people are frustrated with Marvin's injury, and I think they're tired of this act from his maybe just his whole family. At
the same time, and everybody knows I've been a defender of Marvin Bagley. I've been a defender of Big Marv to a certain degree because, like I said, I've had personal interactions with him that have been pleasant. I don't think he's a bad man. But people saying that it's not fair to Marv or whatever. Well, Marvin Bagley III, you're a grown-ass man, and you're kind of just letting this happen. Well, we told you what you could do to nip it in the butt, and you refuse to do it. You don't want to talk about it. At this point, we're in 2021. You could put out a tweet. You could put out a Instagram stories. Look, man, that's my dad. He's his own man. You want to hear something from me? I'll say it myself. Something like that. But no, you kind of keep perpetuating it. You're letting it linger out there. And I don't want to be this guy because I told you it's kind of nuanced, right? It's not just he's not there and they're playing better. Like I said, you got the 2 bad defenders in the lineup, whatever. You can't have that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if the Kings continue to play, what would you say they won 4 of their last 5?
4 of their last 5, yeah.
They got a little situation in a positive way coming up with the schedule, possibly. That could turn into 6 or 7 or something like that. Hell, even if it was 5 of 7. Yeah. And the facts are the facts.
Yeah.
You're not there, and they're not missing a beat. Matter of fact, they're playing better. So you want to pray to get traded and all this other stuff. Look, man, like I said, I've been defending him. I'm not going to trash the kid now, and I'm not going to go back on what I think he could be. But the facts are the facts. All right, the facts are the facts. They're playing good basketball. He's nowhere to be around.
That above all else is the big. If just from a fan perspective, and only talking about a fan perspective, not talking about anything else, you're looking at this like, wait a minute. Why all we just lost the number 2 overall pick in the draft. We just lost like a starter for the next 4 to 6 weeks, and all of a sudden the team seems to be clicking. And I think you hit the nail on the head with this when you were talking about hiding a bad defender versus hiding multiple bad defenders. Suddenly, Buddy doesn't look like the worst defender on the team anymore because you're able to hide it. You hate it. You're able to mask it. You hear this term a lot when you watch elite teams, and if you watch certain broadcasts, like you hear it regularly. But when you're watching like a national broadcast with a television crew that maybe doesn't see this team all the time, you'll hear them use that line. Well, they're hiding so and so here on the defensive end.
Saw last night, Trae Young.
Perfect, like that. A perfect example. Like you hear that regularly talked about as players get hidden because they're bad at that. They're bad on the defensive end, and you can't hide. 2 of them.
Yeah, you only got 5 people on the court.
Yeah.
So to try to hide 2 of them, that's not easy to do. It's virtually impossible. But once again, I'll stall them out a little bit. I'm not going to say that they're better without you, Marvin Bagley, but I will say this: doesn't look like they miss you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of it's the Buddy Hield thing we were talking about, right? Where we were talking about if you lose Harrison Barnes, which wasn't the case. I think we had kind of settled on that in the last couple of weeks or so. If you lose Harrison Barnes, you're worse immediately.
Mm-hmm.
If you lose Buddy, now this was before Marvin's injury. Now, like you could argue there'd be a slight difference now with Marvin and Buddy. If Buddy were to be traded, if you were to lose Buddy, you felt like, well, I don't think you get worse because you have Tyrese Halliburton stepping right into that spot and being fine.
Yeah.
Now, that was before Marvin Bagley's injuries. Now you kind of need both Buddy and Tyrese Halliburton because you need someone to fill the void of Marvin Bagley. And this is something we were so familiar with is the depth of this roster. It ain't there.
No,
it's absent. And I guess that brings us to the question of the day. Like, did it get better? Did the depth, did the addition of guys like DeLon Wright, a combo guard, a 28-year combo guard coming over from Detroit, did that help with the depth of this roster? Is that going to help guys like De'Aaron, who had 37 last night? And I'm just going to repeat that over and over again to make sure everybody knows that man had 37 last night. Tyrese Halliburton, who had 17. Buddy Hield, who, not Buddy's best night, but like you look at that stuff and you go,
wait a minute, just you going. Fox had 37, Tyrese with 17, Buddy Hield.
Well, I mean, bro, he took 13 threes. He had 14 points. Like I don't know what. I'm not going to sugarcoat Buddy's game.
Funny how that went down. Made me laugh.
Like no good there. But will DeLon Wright help that? Like, will DeLon Wright help this bench? I assume he just walks right into the Corey Joseph role, who, despite people's frustrations with certain aspects of his game, he's been in much often to your frustration. 25, 26, 27. He's been well over the 20-minute mark through the bulk of the season. DeLon Wright may walk right into that role right there.
Yeah, what he played 21 last night in a night where he was getting traded.
In a night where we believe he was told he's not going to be here tomorrow. So yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So DeLon walked right into that role. Absolutely. To answer your original question, I think they definitely got better.
Well, I think Mo Harkless will play, right? Like, he's not coming here to be eye candy. Like, I think he'll play for the team.
I think he'll play. I gotta look into Mo Harkless a little bit because I feel like I heard that he might have been injured throughout the season. I actually heard he's like in COVID protocol right now, I think.
Jesus, is that still a thing? Like, I didn't even know that was. We haven't had a game shut down since the All-Star break, right?
Right? Yeah.
And that's. But by the way, that's not a bad thing.
No,
that's what you hope. Like, I think there was a report that the Atlanta Hawks, who the Kings played last night, they had a big group with not necessarily players, but within the organization get vaccinated. I think the Los Angeles Lakers are similar. Yep. There was I saw a report, in between all of the tweets. April 15th, I think, is the date for vaccinations to open to all adults. Mm. So like we questioned whether 72 games were going to get played. It's starting to feel like maybe this is going to happen. You've speculated whether fans will be in the Golden One Center sometime this year. Maybe that's going to wind up being a thing if all goes well beginning April 15th and moving on. So I was so thrown off by you saying COVID protocols. I thought that was the thing of the past. I guess not.
Yeah. So and Ramsey, shout out to our guy Ramsey. Yeah, he's been in protocol and hurt. So I don't know what his status is as of right now, but yeah, I think they got better. You even look at a situation where Metsu comes back and has some good minutes last night. Fiondu,
oh yeah, it was good to see him out there.
Yeah, Fiondu be ready to play, if not tonight, on Saturday maybe. So I think it's not drastic. Oh, and I can't forget my man Terence Davis.
Oh my God. Okay, so let me tell you what happened.
I saw Terence Davis.
So if you got to the stream late, we started about 10 minutes early. We wanted to make sure we were here if something happened, and we get, as the stream is live, that Terence Davis has been traded to Sacramento. Kenny Caraway pulls up highlights on YouTube and completely starts overreacting to everything.
I got to admit, I didn't know who Terence Davis was 10 minutes before the show.
And now Terence Davis is your man.
Look, I like the way he moves out there. In all honesty, from what I saw of him, his highlights,
the way that he moves. Like, what is he, Shakira? Like, what are you talking about?
Sometimes you can tell. Sometimes you can tell the way he looks out there, the way he carries himself. Sometimes you can tell what he really looks like. To be honest with you, is he looks like
somebody cue up Big Boy. I like the way that you move. Come on.
He looks like what we all hope Jemias Ramsey might be one day. That's what he looks like to me.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know how much he'll play here in Sacramento. I don't know if he'll be in the rotation, but it's another guy that if you need to, I mean, he's played in the NBA and he's played minutes with a good team. So that was something that they were lacking a week ago. So I think they've gotten better. And let me ask you this, Damian, does this look like a team that is serious about trying to make the 10th spot at least? Like that's what the reports were, that they thought that they could do that. I mean, did these moves go towards that direction, you think?
It's consistent with what we read in that there was no movement of Harrison Barnes, which I can't stress enough how much I agree with that and think it was the right thing to do to keep him. And you and I have said this and we'll continue to say it. Harrison Barnes shouldn't be a member of the Sacramento Kings just this season. He's got 2 more years on his deal. He should see the end of that deal. And then we should, kind of evaluate. Because obviously we're all involved in the process. We should see where he's at the end of that deal. The reports were, Buddy was in the same vein as Harrison Barnes in terms of their belief of what he could be. Me personally, I disagree with that. Doesn't matter what I think. I don't run the team. So what they did over the course of the last, 24 hours or so, less than that, is consistent with everything that they read. They want to continue to compete. There was I saw someone tweet or say, and I don't remember, like maybe they're just somewhere in the middle. Like I know Kings fans are like, that's a frustrating place to be, but would you argue that the Kings were kind of in the middle of last year's draft?
Yeah, I mean,
how'd that work out?
Just got into the lottery barely. I mean, what is there? Is it 14 spots in the lottery, and they were 12?
And it went okay. It went okay, right?
Yeah, it goes.
Like Tyrese Halliburton isn't bad.
It's consistent with what I say. You can pray for top 5 all you want, and I love Jalen Green. I love Cade Cunningham, Jalen Suggs, all these guys. I love them, right? But the bottom line is you have to get it right no matter where you're at. No matter where you're at, get it right. That's all that matters. I don't care where it is. Get it right.
And there's no telling that a team that finishes in the top 5 maybe like you may think like Kenny Caraway, general manager Kenny Caraway, in that, okay, we know these guys are good. We don't need another 20-year-old. We need something else. And maybe that's where the Harrison Barnes conversation comes into play.
Right.
Maybe that's where the Buddy Hield conversation comes into play. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure. I'm okay with this. I've said it. I'm selfish. Like, I look at this from our perspective. This is a lot more fun when the team wins 4 out of 5.
Yes.
Now, the Charlotte game is fun in a moment because everyone is infuriated and we're all collectively angry together. And it's good to know that, like, you're not the only one angry. What was tough about that Charlotte game is it felt like it didn't go away.
No.
Like, people were just like, and I don't know if it's, is there a little turn in emotion from Kings fans? With the trade deadline now behind us, I think, again, we're going to look to see what happens with Hassan Whiteside and Jabari Parker. Nothing major done. Corey Joseph moved, Nemanja Bjelica moved. None of those are really surprising. Nothing super shocking happening with the Kings, but they were active. 4 out of 5 is that momentum changing a little bit here, as we talk about as where the fan base might be, for the first time since that Charlotte game.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Honestly, I don't think so, because I think that they're just waiting for them to shoot a drop, which is kind of preconditioned here. As
understandable. It's understandable.
I get it. But I'm gonna just say like this: the Kings are playing better. And remember, Damian, I think what they lose 9 in a row at one time this year.
Yeah.
When they were at like 5 in a row, I said, well, this is kind of what they do. There will be a time when they win 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6. They're not going to. That's why I kept saying they're not going to have a bottom 5 pick, because that's not what this team is. They're going to win some games.
They're bad. They're not that bad.
Yeah, so that's what's going on. But I did just a little research. You know, I look ahead, and I'm not even looking ahead to say the Kings are going to, win in their schedule. Shea SGA, because I'm not even gonna mess with
Gilgeous-Alexander.
with these braces in. I'm not gonna mess.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. We got it.
Gildress, it can get sketchy with these braces in, so I'm not even messing with it. SGA, unfortunately, because I like the young fella, is going to be out for a little while. He's got plantar fasciitis, so who knows what that's going to entitle. The Thunder got rid of George Hill today. They traded him off.
Kings legend George Hill.
So I'll say all that to say, I think OKC is about to fall back in a major way. New Orleans is still there, but you got Memphis, who I looked at Memphis' schedule in April, and if they can come out of that and still be like the 10th seed, I'll put it to you like this: if they come out of that and they're like head and shoulders above the Kings, I'm going to tip my hat to the Grizzlies. Okay. I'm going to tip my hat to them, because that schedule ain't nothing nice. And I don't think they're that good. And they got a lot of games coming up. So that's 2 teams that are possibly moving out your way. Then you got the Pelicans and the Warriors. So I say all that to say, at the end of April, if the Kings can just kind of take care of business, you don't have to be world beaters, but you got games against like Minnesota, Detroit, whatever. If you can take care of business, yeah, at the end of April, they're gonna be within shouting distance, which is something I've been saying for a minute now. Schedule will soften up, other teams will fall back, nobody's running away from you. Take care of your business, you'll be right there at the start of May.
And it kind of stresses also the importance of tonight's game. Not to be over dramatic. When we talked about this yesterday, beating Atlanta would be fantastic. You want to win every game that you can, but at some point, beating Atlanta is fine, and beating Detroit, they're all good. There are no bad wins. You know what I mean, in the National Basketball Association. But at some point, you got to beat the teams that are ahead of you. And beating Atlanta is fun, but it's not as fun if you go back and you lose to Golden State. Golden State's in front of them, and I don't know if the Golden State's going to fall off. I'm not of the belief that they are. I believe, like, overall, there still is too much talent there for them to completely fall back. Even, legend Brad Wanamaker, being traded today. But Steph Curry is out, and tonight's game, to me, suddenly has a different feel to it.
Absolutely.
It's like, all right, 4 out of 5. They're right there in front of us. You can kind of chop away at this 3-game, deficit a little bit.
Damian, I'm not afraid to say it. They need to win tonight. Period. They need to win. This is the game. This is a situation they got to win. If they don't win, then they should be embarrassed if they don't win. They really should. This is a game with the way De'Aaron Fox is playing, the way Tyrese Halliburton is playing, the way Harrison Barnes has been this year, Rashawn Holmes. They have the better team tonight. They should win at the crib. I'm not afraid to say that.
You can say what you want to, but this is where we open up our hearts, and this is where we get hurt.
I know a pattern. I'm proceeding with caution, but I'm not afraid to say.
See, I look at Roddy here. Right, this is what happens. This is what we do. Get in here on the chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Roddy says the next 5 games are very winnable. Well, God bless it. How many times have we heard that this year? And it's what we do. We set ourselves. Anybody remember? Bueller, you in the back? Anybody remember what happened the last time the Kings played a back-to-back? Anybody old enough to remember what happened on the second night of that back-to-back?
Which back-to-back was that?
That was Philly.
Oof.
Yeah.
Now, the Warriors ain't Philly.
No, they're not. They're not. But did Joel play in that game?
No.
Oh, did Ben Simmons play in that game?
No, he didn't. The Warriors don't have nobody as good as Tobias Harris.
That's fair. But are you unaware that the Kings make legends out of guys named Terence Davis when he plays for Toronto before he joins the Sacramento Kings? Like, he could become a legend by playing the Kings one night.
Nah, you're right. You're right. I mean, but I'm gonna tell you. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's a unlosable game or anything like that. I'm telling you, if they didn't take care of business tonight, it would be an embarrassment. It would be something to be ridiculed.
Unlosable game. I like it. That's solid. We'll step out. We'll come back. It's the Kings and the Warriors. Bonte Hill, he covers the Warriors for 95.7 The Game and for Warriors pregame on NBC. He joins us as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Nice. Bonte going to join us here on the stream, so that's good stuff.
Let's switch it up.
Okay. No problem. Thought we'd throw it out there, see what happens. See what happens, brother. It's just add a person or two. Whoops, we don't want that. My bad. Wrong one here.
I'm up in the
Jump in the chat. Are y'all like we just talked about, us. Are y'all happy with what happened today?
Yeah, man.
I mean, happy, content, annoyed.
If y'all want to,
how y'all feeling?
Let your voices be heard, man. Clyde,
Genuinely curious.
Pull up and
I'm good with it. I really, I thought moving Buddy was not a thing that was really going to happen. And I'm like a lot of other, like I hope he snaps out of it. So true story, Ramsey. We were going to get Dorell today. Like I think we're going to try to get him tomorrow. Our show is just so packed today. We decided maybe it's not a good idea to reach out to him, and we're putting off phone calls until the 1 o'clock hour. So we thought let's take care of business today, and we'll see if we can get Dorell on tomorrow. So I think we're going to reach out to him today and see if he can join us tomorrow.
People are making the connections right now.
Said we could. Is that a question, KC? I'll direct that one to you. Are you sad that the Kings couldn't get anything? At least it appears that the Kings couldn't get anything for Hassan Whiteside.
No, because they got enough today. I wouldn't say enough.
Oh, my bad. I got to pause you. That's me. I got you. Go ahead.
Got you. No, I'm not sad. I mean, they got something for 3 different guys. So out of 4 guys that you could have possibly gotten rid of, if one of them you got to just buy out, that's okay. That's fine. I know I talked yesterday about getting something for all these people. Getting something for 3 out of 4 guys, that's okay. It's fine.
Okay.
You see, people are kind of making the correlation right now of what the Rockets ended up getting for the James Harden trade, and it's nasty. So they got Victor Oladipo. That was like one of the big possessions. Mm-hmm. Well, they just traded him for Avery Bradley and Kelly Olynyk. So essentially, I don't know what the pick situation is, but they did James Harden and got some picks, Kelly Olynyk and Avery Bradley. And they waited forever to do this because they were holding out because we wanted a young star and first rounders. And that's what you came.
So I'm gonna tell you this because of the way the day is. We've got to get your internet straight quickly. It's rough. Like it's a little rough.
Crazy.
It's a little rough. I think we can get through it, but it's a little rough.
All right. Let me see.
Tell Jazz to stop watching LaMelo Ball highlights on the big screen through YouTube, through the YouTube app.
I'm gonna take.
It's okay. We'll get through it
again.
We'll get through it. Just got to get that Orby hooked up. Ramsey, go to. I mean, not Ramsey. Manny, go to Elk Grove and we'll call security, Manny. We'll get everything cleared. Wait a minute. What happened?
People misquoted
an embarrassment.
Steve Kerr. I said if they lose tonight, they will be in.
Did Jazz just drop a we? Did I read that wrong?
Yeah, she was frustrated last night.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Yes, indeed. Bonte Hill, 95.7 The Game, and the Warriors pregame show. He's set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. And then as soon as we wrap up with Bonte, we're going to open up the phone lines for you at 916-349-1320. Of course, if you want to take part in the conversation right now, you could do that whether we have a guest with us or not. Just jump in here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or go subscribe to our ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We had said yesterday, man, we want to make the push to get to 300. We blew past 300 yesterday at halftime, so we want to make the push now to get to 400. So go hit us there, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. That's a big deal for us. And then jump into the chat. Let us know what you think about the NBA trade deadline. Let us know what you think about what the Kings have done. One of the big moves, KC, was a move that wasn't made, and that was Kyle Lowry. Here's what Adrian Wojnarowski said. In the end, Masai Ujiri didn't find a package that compelled him to trade Kyle Lowry. And Lowry had always been fine with completing the season with the Raptors, sources tell ESPN. Now Lowry can head to free agency in the summer.
Well, if they're happy, that's all that matters.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they said
all that matters. I would have traded him, but whatever. Like
you would have traded him, like no matter what the package was. You just been like, here, it ain't working. Just
come 11:50 or what is it out there? 2:50 p.m. and you still haven't made a trade, and you know that he's going to test free agency and he's going to leave. All right, now let me take one of these deals here and make a move. I'm getting them for nothing. I'm losing for nothing.
Yeah, well, okay. So would you buy into perhaps they were just showing Kyle Lowry maybe a little bit of love, a little bit of respect, like, hey, we're not going to trade you to such and such. We'll just keep you here. All good, no problem.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool. He won him a championship. You know, the quote has been made. The statement has been made that he's the greatest Raptor of all time. So you treat him with a certain level of reverence. So that's fine too.
Okay.
You're not going anywhere this year anyway, so that's fine.
Okay. We're going to get Bonte here on the phone. So Casey, why don't you go ahead and switch back? If you want to jump in here on the chat, that's the phone lines, 916-349-1320. But bank that away because we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you think about what the Sacramento Kings have done. We want you to let us know what do you think about Belly being moved? And, perhaps most importantly, what do you think about the game tonight? Sacramento Kings have won 4 out of 5. They've got some version of the Golden State Warriors coming up, and we've got our man Bonte Hill, the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and the Warriors pregame show. Bonte, it's a must-win for the Kings tonight, man. Like, are you feeling the pressure here? Are you feeling the pressure, Bonte, from this new version of the Sacramento Kings?
Well, number one, I forgot there was a game tonight, man. Wait a minute. Warriors have a game, and then number two, who the heck is playing for the Sacramento Kings, man? It felt like they shipped off all their rosters. So I know the Kings are looking for a little payback after a 31-point beatdown early.
Okay. You didn't have to put the number in there. You just could have said the game earlier in the season. You didn't have to throw the 31 in there, Bonte. Like, come on, man.
The specifics weren't necessary.
Hey, KG, man, y'all flying high off that win last night against the Hawks and watching that game. Buddy Hill tried to throw it away a couple times. I didn't see him start to beat crazy. I can only imagine what he's doing to the faithful up there in Sacramento. But look, man, I do like watching Halliburton and that the Warriors aren't on their game and no Steph Curry. It could be a tough one for the Warriors up there going to one center.
Well, it could be a tough one for the Warriors, but from everything that I can tell, Bonte, you guys are on a little mini parade. Maybe not a maximum parade. Maybe everybody kind of got together at Lake Merritt or down in Union Square real quick because you got rid of Brad Wanamaker. Now, the problem with that, Bonte, is, tell me if I'm wrong, is Nico Manning the only player on the roster tonight?
Yeah, basically the only natural point guard. They've been starting Jordan Hill, the Warriors, that is. And look, he's been averaging 20 since he's been recalled from the G League down in Orlando, which is about 8 games. So it's a very small sample size. But Draymond Green's basically your point guard in the starting line for the Warriors. He'll be facilitating the offense. But off the pitch, it'll be a lot of Nico. And in a game like this, Nico try to guard De'Aaron Fox. Nico try to guard Tyrese Halliburton. it's barbecue chicken for the Sacramento Kings. I mean, they should be involving Nico in every single finger. Don't even call for the screen if Nico is on De'Aaron Fox or if he's on Halliburton. Just cook him one-on-one. So I don't know how the Warriors are going to defend those two guards, especially when Nico's in the game. So that is problematic. But I do, with all that said, I do like the energy that Nico's brought to the lineup. He needs to get a little more aggressive offensively because I think he has a better shot than he even believes he has. So he can shoot the three a little bit. He's getting to the rack and he's getting the ball to James Wiseman down in the block, which is a lot more than Brad Wanamaker did. I had high hopes for Brad Wanamaker. He had a little stint against the Clippers when they came back from 22 down. He hit a couple threes in the fourth quarter. Everybody's like, man, Wanamaker, that's the moment to turn around his season. Whatever he is, it ain't getting to Charlotte. So the Brown Wanamaker era is officially over.
I can't. Well, you're keeping Kelly Oubre, and me personally, I can't wait till tomorrow when Draymond Green proclaims himself the greatest point guard of all time.
It's coming. You know it's coming.
Oh my God! Look, man, I like the bravado. I like the fact that he's confident in himself. But even I, look, as the biggest Warrior fan, I like, man, you don't really have to go out there and say that. Like, here's the thing, like, you guys are the best radio show in Sacramento, hands down, right now. But you guys aren't beating the chest saying, hey, we're the best show up in Sacramento. Hey, D.Lo. Casey, man, number one. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Tom Brady's out running around the world talking about, hey, I'm the best quarterback who ever lived. No, people are saying that for him. Steph Curry, you ever hear him say, hey, I'm the best shooter of all time? No, people say it for him. So, you know, real G's moving silent. And Draymond has to remind, like, just a couple weeks ago, he was at the podium talking about, you know, we rack off a couple wins here, move up in the standings. I should win Defensive Player of the Year. I'm like, wait. Can I just see you lead the Warriors to 500? And can I see you put up more than 4 field goal attempts in the game? I mean, come on, Dre. I love you, man. But so we had some yelling out. I know KC is back to a person. I'm sure you heard it, D-Lo. Like,
oh, yeah.
I was like, come on, man. Like, come on. Last 5 minutes of the game, is he guarding KD? Is he guarding LeBron? Is he guarding these skillful, athletic, offensive juggernauts? Not really. So, you know, just, hey, I love the confidence. I love the bravado, but I can name some defenders that I believe are better, starting with Scottie Pippen, starting with Michael Jordan. You heard of that guy, Steve Olajuwon, the Dream? What about David Robinson and Tim Duncan? Dennis Rodman from crying
out. There you go.
Now, the best defensive player in the league is not even Draymond. It may be Ben Simmons. You know what I'm saying? Kawhi Leonard. Did Kawhi Leonard go away? Did Kawhi Leonard resign? So, Draymond, we need to keep on giving. I love the guy, but man, just, you know, less is more sometimes.
Casey, I want to mention this real quick before you dive in there with Bonte. Kings have a lot of, this is from James Ham here, and it's something that we mentioned a few minutes ago. It's worth reiterating. Kings have a lot of cleanup work to do on the roster before we declare the day over. Again, there is a game tonight against the Golden State Warriors. That's why we've got Bonte here. They've added 4 players, but they've only sent out 2. Keep your eye on Hassan Whiteside. Keep your eye on Jabari Parker, and we'll see what winds up happening with those guys as the day progresses.
And it's inevitable.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I'm not sure Luke Walton knows that he's on the roster, to be honest with you. That could be up for debate. One thing that we talked, I mean, man, did we turn into the morning roast or the afternoon roast here today? Because we talked a lot of Warriors this week. The other thing we talked about was Steve Kerr and what happened with Drew Schiller and his tweet and the podcast or whatever. I personally, Bonte, I thought Steve Kerr kind of overreacted. You know, he explained it, but then kind of attacking Drew, making him apologize and all this other stuff. I didn't think it needed to go that far. What was your take on how Steve handled that whole situation?
So I was tipped off about what went down. You know, obviously I'm doing Warriors pre and post game show, so folks down there with the Warriors think they think highly of me these days. You know, where was this time?
That dude, Bonte Hill.
I got pissed off a little. Look, I'll tell you a couple things here. What Drew Schiller did was wrong, and it goes to where the game is going. These journalists work hard. You know, the Jason Jones of the world. You know, Mr. Hand there with NBC Sports up in California covering the Kings. You know, Anthony Slater. All these guys work hard. to develop their sources, to write these stories, to produce good content. And the jacking on Twitter is just too much, man. It's nothing wrong with giving people their credit. But number two, people will just read a headline and say, oh, that's what the story's about, and go off about their business without actually reading the story. And in this case, you had a situation where a guy didn't really listen to the podcast. Now, he apologized, that's done. But what Steve Kerr said, it was deeper than that. And I understand why maybe he came off aggressive to some folks. It's because players are looking. This is the players' league. And if Steve Kerr comes off, if they see that Drew Schiller tweet, they say, damn, Steve Kerr's still talking about Kevin Durant after what Kevin Durant did in the Warriors uniform, leading them to 3 straight NBA finals and 2 finals MVPs. Players are going to look at the Golden State Warriors and say, you know what? We're not going there. We're not playing that guy. You know, so Steve Kerr's got to come out aggressive saying, I did not say that about Kevin Durant. Well, Kevin, you got to go out there and overpraise Kevin Durant in that situation. And if Kevin Durant didn't reply to Drew Schiller's tweet, Steve Kerr says nothing about it. This is all about Kevin Durant replying, saying that's interesting. So you got to do a lot of backpedaling. You got to clean up the mess. I'm seeing Sean Cunningham here. I break the news for you guys up there in Sacramento.
Yeah.
We're expected to release Jabari Parker deal. I'm not trying to take the job.
Say, look at that. Like, okay. Hey, that's fine. It's fine, man. You got every other damn job in the state. You might as well have this one too.
I understand why you would feel like that, man, but I see it from Steve Kerr's perspective. And he's like, you're messing with our business here. I think about KD. All of a sudden, we're not an attractive destination. And all of a sudden, we're striking out on big stars and free agents. And all of a sudden, I look like the lame duck coach, and nobody's going to want to play for me. So I got it from Steve Kerr's standpoint.
I got you.
Looking at where the Warriors are now, you guys, you have just been hovering around, plus 2 games. You've been hovering around 500 virtually all season long. Steph, I think he's not expected to play. I think Saturday, if I'm correct, and your partner Kate Scott set to call the game coming up on Monday against the Bulls. Right now, he's projected to return then. But is there a fear like maybe this could slip away a little bit here if Steph doesn't come back soon?
Yeah, it can. I mean, this team, even with Steph Curry, has no margin for error. They have to play perfectly to even be in the basketball game. You know what I'm saying? They've been annihilated by some of the best teams in the league, and Philadelphia kind of took their foot off the gas pedal in the third quarter to give the Warriors some hope. So, no Steph Curry tonight. He's not playing tomorrow against the Atlanta Hawks. It's back-to-back in Chase now. Of course, they're up in Sacramento, so the turnaround, there's not much travel there. And then Monday against the Bulls, he just traded for Nikolai. He destroyed the Warriors the last time he played them in Orlando. I mean, he had a teeny double-double. And young James Wiseman, I think he has a ton of potential. He's not ready for guys like that. He just isn't, man. He's not ready for guys like that. So I still think even without Steph and they lose these games, they'll still be in a playing range. But this is just who they are, D'Lo, a 500 basketball team. What happens when you get a 500 basketball team? You're going to win 2, lose 2. You're going to win 1, lose 2. You're going to win 2, lose 1. I mean, they had 1 3-game winning streak this season. 1. I mean, that was a big thing. We almost popped champagne when they had their first 2 games. And what do? They follow that up with a 4-game losing streak. So without Steph Curry, even with Steph Curry, this is a 500 basketball team. And if they're better than 500, then that means Steph has to drop 50 a night. I mean, this guy's scoring 30 points a game. And it's like, oh, well, because the second unit, Wanamaker, he's not here anymore. Pascal, he's not in the rotation anymore. They give up the lead in 2 seconds. And it's like, well, Steph Curry has to play the 4th quarter tonight. Steph Curry's not getting any rest tonight. So I still think even without Steph over the next week, they'll be in a playing range. They're probably going to end up in a playing tournament, and we'll see what happens from there.
Let's go ahead and make it 3 straight losses tonight, then.
Yeah, let's do
Bonte. We appreciate you, man. Hey,
Warriors, go ahead and take Warriors. Let's go.
By the way, Warrior fans, they're out of their minds right now. They expected the Warriors to who do they expect them to trade for Bradley Beal? With who? How good Bradley Beal is? People think, Oh, let's just trade Wiseman and pick for Bradley Beal. Oh, you know what? Let's throw in Hasbro with Wiseman. You know, get Bradley Beal.
Hey,
Get on my nerves, man.
These media types get testy when their team goes south a little bit. Like I can't imagine. Like I don't know. Bonte, we appreciate you, man. You're doing a tremendous job on the morning roast. You're doing a tremendous job on television as well, and you're balancing all that with being a new dad, man. We love having you on. We appreciate you so much. Thanks, Bonte.
My main man, Bonte.
Doing y'all thing, man. KC Lo, man. One love, man. Keep doing y'all thing up there in Sacramento, man. We'll see you tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Calm down, Bonte. Relax, bro. Relax, Bonte. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. He is Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. We are thrilled that you are here with us. We have a busy day ahead. Bonte Hill, first of many, many guests. Deuce and Mo set to join us next, coming up at 1:47 for their weekly visit. They just finished a 4-hour marathon show over on their podcast. Can't wait to hear what they've got to say. James Ham is going to join us coming up at 2:20. Jason Jones coming up at 2:55. You heard me mention Kate Scott. She's set to join us. Hopefully, the plan is she's good. You talk about a busy woman, man. Kate Scott's doing it all. She's going to be with us coming up at 3:30 as well. The NBA trade deadline has passed. The Sacramento Kings have made moves, as you just heard Bonte Hill break the news here to everybody listening. Jabari Parker looks like he's going to be released. Expect one more release or buyout, I assume. Just an assumption. It's Hassan Whiteside. No deal was done despite this alleged bidding war?
Bidding war. Come on, man.
How can you have a bidding war if a deal ain't done?
I mean, people were just outpriced themselves. They just started bidding too high, and it was an overload. It was an overload.
Oh, okay. So that's what happened. Okay. A bidding overload for Hassan Whiteside has apparently led to Hassan Whiteside not being traded.
Everyone just passed out, and the deadline happened. They're like, they came back to it. They're like, we missed it. So that's what happened. Yeah.
We missed it. James Hammond, another number of others, including our buddy Sean Cunningham, noted that Jabari Parker is set to be released. There's one more roster spot that needs to be opened up. Mo Harkless is on his way. Terence Davis is on his way. Chris Silva. We haven't talked about Chris Silva. We should probably talk about the contract status, too, of all of these different guys. Yeah. With DeLon Wright coming back, he's got $8.5 million on the books next year. Mm-hmm. So we probably got to have a conversation here about Richaun Holmes and how does this fit into, we knew Belly was going to be gone. This wasn't a conversation, right? We knew Corey Joseph wasn't going to be around. We knew Jabari Parker wasn't going to be around. We already kind of accounted for that money. And we start to look forward and it's like, okay, Buddy's here. We don't know what his market's going to be this summer, if it's going to be any different than what his market was, now. Yeah. I don't think Harrison Barnes is going anywhere, like, period. Not this summer. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's a part of the Sacramento Kings. The money's got to. I mean, Richaun Holmes. We've been talking about him all week. Where does he fit into this?
There's three scenarios here for me. I look at it as such where if you Richaun Holmes back, you got to move on from Belly and or Bagley, and that's kind of what it comes down to. You gotta make a deal on a probably, to be honest with you, and I'm gonna keep saying this. I believe in Marvin Bagley. I still think that he can be a good player in this league.
Okay.
But you probably want to move on from both of them at this point. It's probably the move you want to make.
Okay.
Buddy and Bagley. You don't have to be in the same deal.
Bagley's 11 and some change next year. So it's worth pointing out as it relates to the 8.5, due to DeLon Wright when he joins the team.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's got to be those two. At the very least, one of them, if not both of them.
It's easy to talk about, as we have, for the last, handful of weeks here. leading into the trade deadline. We've talked about it, and we've talked about scenarios, and we've talked about guys going here and guys going there. It's a whole other, ball game here to figure out, like, what is Buddy Hield? Buddy Hield missed a three-pointer by 4.5 feet yesterday. Not just a three-pointer. Like, that dude missed a critical shot at a critical time of the game. Now, it was no harm to the Kings in that moment, though they had a 2-point lead, and I'm sure Kings fans all over Sacramento were thinking, I swear to God, if Bogdanovic hits a shot here, I'm putting my foot through the television.
I was already ready to put my foot through the television. And look, De'Aaron Fox, the man, the straw that stirs the drink. And he doesn't always do this. So I'm not going to get on him. But if you continue to pass the ball in crunch time to Tyrese or Buddy Hield, I'm going to run through a wall in a bad way. Like that, the play we just talked about, you got Bogdan one-on-one at the top of the key. You do this step back and then you pass it to Buddy and he shoots this air ball. I lost it. Ask the Queen Bee. I lost it when that happened. You got 37 points. They can't guard you today. Why are you passing to Buddy Hield? I almost lost it. That would have, if they would have lost that game, because that's when I probably would have just like backflip.
Wow. So you were putting foots through TVs, running through walls, and doing backflips all in one game against the Atlanta Hawks. But it was that type of game. And even as the game got the game was kind of back and forth. It was like, I feel good about where the Kings are. And when Buddy airballed that three, I just thought, okay. But the whole point of why I was pointing out Buddy's airball three is like, that's what you're selling to teams. You're selling a guy who, a year ago, 2 years ago or I guess last year he was the 3-point champion. But, you're selling this percentage. He's an elite 3-point shooter. He hit 1,000 threes faster than Steph Curry did. Like, okay, you're selling that across the league. Most people saw through that stat and they like, well, how many attempts did it take versus Steph Curry? Because I'm guessing they're different, and they were. And that's what you're selling. Like, that's what you're pitching. Hey, do you want a really expensive guard who would be fantastic off your bench and would probably be upset if you didn't start him? Like, what's the sales pitch?
Right.
Bagley. What's the sales pitch for Marvin Bagley? That's $11 million. What do you say? Well, the upside, folks. The upside.
No, this is what you do if you're Monty McNair. You just kind of sucker people
and pray.
You definitely do that, but you also just kind of sucker people in. You'd be like self-deprecating. Is that what it'd be like? You know what? It's us. It's the Kings. And nothing works here in Sacramento. If you get them, I'm sure you could turn them around. It's us. It's not the player.
I don't hate that strategy. I don't hate that strategy. And find someone look at how successful Ben McLemore was when he went to Houston. Like, he just needed to get into the right environment.
It doesn't matter. It was his 7th team or whatever it was. But yeah,
I got it.
What we got?
Blame Luke.
Oh, you can do that too.
Brandon Ingram became an all-star after he left. D'Angelo Russell became an all-star after he left. Julius Randle became an all-star after he left. It's Luke. If you get Buddy away from Luke, he'll go be take off. Maybe that's the sales pitch.
Maybe that is the sales pitch.
Yeah,
okay.
We'll get this figured out. Monty, we're working with you, Monty. Yeah. We're working with you, Monty. Let's see if we get a rare phone call from Ramsey here.
Oh, Ramsey.
Wow, Ramsey out the chat coming to hang out with us. Ramsey, what's good, baby?
Can't complain. I'm liking all the moves that the Kings made today. You got roster off or you got depth off the bench now coming to the Kings, and then you get off of a couple of people that you wanted to keep to begin with. So I can't complain.
Ramsey, are you being held hostage?
No.
Are you at work?
No, I'm quiet. I got the kid.
The kid. The kid
I was
is
going
here.
to say, cough if you need us to.
Yeah, like if you need help, like we'll track the signal, man. We'll get you set up. Like a little more, normally a little more animated. So you like, okay, that's good. I'm glad. So you like the depth that they added. We know that Jabari Parker is going to be gone. There's probably another cut coming the way for the Sacramento Kings, but overall, you're feeling good about what they did.
I can't complain. I mean, you got a guard. You got 2 guards off the bench that can score, can play defense. Hopefully, Mo Harkless can play a little bit. He's healthy.
Ramsey, real quick. Who's the other guard? Probably Zane DeLon, right? Who's the other guard off the bench?
Terence Davis.
So you feel like I do that you like Terence Davis?
Oh, Terence Davis can go. Terence Davis can give you 15 to 20 on any given night.
Can get you 15 to 20 minutes?
No, 15 to 20 points if need be.
Can y'all forward me the
I'm not gonna say that I know Terence Davis like that. I'm just gonna say, and what I saw in my little YouTube clip, I like what I saw.
your little YouTube clip. And really, the only bigger basketball degenerate than you is Ramsey. So I'm gonna run with what Ramsey said. We appreciate you, man. Thanks for taking time away from the chat to jump in here on the phones. And we want to hear from you as well. Get in on these phone lines, 916-349-1320. We're just getting started. We got a lot more to come. Deuce and Mo joining us here in 30 minutes, and we want to hear from you again. It's 916-349-1320 as we continue on Twitch, on YouTube.
I'm trying, Jennifer. Okay.
on radio.com and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right, let me reset this laptop.
Reset. Yep. All right. Just me and you. Ooh, baby. KC, your internet sucks as bad as Bagley. So what's great is y'all can't hear KC, but KC can hear me because we're connected through a different device that runs through the radio station. So y'all can't hear Kenny, but Kenny can hear me. I think I could be wrong. I could, if I popped you up here, like I think they might be able to hear you if I hit you with the control room audio.
Check. Hey, I'm on the phone with some callers right now.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'll roll that down. Never mind. Yeah, that's the jam. Hey, y'all remember what movie that's from though, right? Y'all know it's Tony. Remember the movie? Mm-hmm. It's Nia Long. Nia Long. See, now I gotta look. See, now this is a party foul. Let's see here. Nia Long played. Oh, Brandy with an I. Ricky. This is on some streaming service, man. This is due for a rewatch. I don't remember, man. Might be HBO Max. I can't remember. It's out there somewhere though. So Kenny's internet going through his house antenna. It's Xavier. No, Xavier. It was not New Jack City. Come on, Xavier. Yeah, that's Nia Long right there. Nia Long with them cat eyes. She stay with them cat eyes too. You know who hasn't aged? I don't know why. Oh, because Love Jones. Lorenz Tate hasn't gotten older at all.
Now Lorenz Tate is he got them jeans, man.
Yes, Cody, I do. Yeah, man. That's when he showed up on Power. I was like, oh man, he's younger than O-Dog was.
Hairline still straight and everything,
clean,
man. No wrinkles, nothing.
Clean. Them hair. When I see someone's hairline pop like that clean, I get frustrated because then I wonder, because if you watch the evolution of Andre Johnson, you see that he starts using that spray on his hair.
Yeah. So spray or the Beijing? Does he go Beijing? No,
I think it's the spray. I don't know. It could be, but I think it's the spray because he has the twist.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Like, I think he has the spray fill in certain parts. And so my barber used that on me, like on the front of my hairline. I was like, yo, I need to get a bottle of this. I need to get a bottle of this.
It brings it back. Yeah. The spray, the Beijing, all that, it could work wonders. Not for me, though. That'd be too crazy. That'd be Boozer style.
Oh, man. Okay. Nice little message from Danny in San Francisco. Okay. Man, I love y'all. I just if I just know Carlos Boozer. Okay, fair enough. No Carlos Boozer.
No booze, man. No booze.
No booze. Okay. Danny in San Francisco. Mess it up. I can't see it. There we go. Man, it is a busy day here with the NBA trade deadline now coming and going. The Sacramento Kings making 3 different moves, sending Corey Joseph out of here, Nemanja Bjelica out of here, and it looks like they've just released Jabari Parker. Expect one more player to be dropped, almost certainly Hassan Whiteside, as there's been speculation about him in the buyout market for quite a while. It'd probably be an easy buyout given that he was a league minimum deal. DeLon Wright from the Detroit Pistons, he was in the Corey Joseph deal done last night. Mo Harkless is on his way here, as is Terence Davis, who apparently is 6th man of the year candidate according to Ramsey and Kenny Caraway. And Chris Silva also headed this way. We'll talk a lot about them, and we've been talking a lot. If you're leaving the show, if you're getting out of the car, you want to go to the radio.com app, do that. Make sure you hit the heart button. When you hit the heart button, it alerts you when we go live. It saves us as your favorite station. And let's be honest, we're your favorite station. Bonte Hill
Absolutely.
Bonte Hill told you.
I'm going. He thinks I'm not going to go Draymond to tell you guys we're number one. He got the wrong person. I'm definitely telling y'all we number one out here.
So check us out on radio.com. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Deuce and Mo set to join us coming up here at 1:47 for their weekly visit, timed perfectly as they wrapped up their podcast just a little bit ago. But now we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you think about how the
State
Sacramento
of the Kings, man.
Yes,
State
indeed.
of the Kings.
Yes, indeed. And let's start with our man, Manny. Manny, how you feeling, man?
Oh, it's a new day.
Okay, I like that.
Hey, Manny got a double duty of good news today, man.
Yeah.
Did I? I understand the strategy about the Bulls. I mean, I think that with some future-wise, they're at some point a contender with a couple moves. But we can talk about the Kings. That's cool. I like the moves of the Kings. I think two-folded, get a good look at some young guys that can stir up the bench a little bit, give you some guys. If Luke doesn't DMP him for the rest of the year, who knows? He runs that rotation. But I like those moves. I don't think there was that many big moves that they had, they were going to be able to make right now. But for what they did, I really like them. I think Silva's a good player. With Mo, do you guys think that that's an expiring contract thing, or do you think that they're going to look to sign him long term?
No.
Yeah, I think it's an expiring.
The only one that they're keeping is DeLon Wright. Like, he's got 8.5, and I think that was done with the intents and purposes of him being with the Sacramento Kings moving forward. We appreciate you, Manny, and good for you, man. Manny's from Chicago. Chicago, they went out there and went for it. We haven't really gone, league wide about what some of these other teams have done, but Chicago, they they trying to get it done, man. They're trying to get done.
Absolutely trying to get it done. That's a big deal for them. I like that. ZZ Sickness on YouTube. I gotta be careful with these S's, man.
The season of the sickness here. It's Brother Lynch there. That's what it is. It's Brother Lynch here on YouTube.
I got to be careful with the S's, man. But he said, I could be wrong, but I think Terence Davis was on one of the all-rookie teams, and he was 100% right. All-rookie team, all-second team last year for Terence Davis.
Okay.
7.5 points, 3 rebounds, 1.6 assists in 72 games. So,
okay.
I mean, this doesn't happen often, but he was not on my radar, and apparently that boy can go. So now I really want to see Terence Davis.
Okay, let's get to Nick here, 916-349-1320. Nick, we appreciate the call, man. What you think about what the Kings did today? We lost Nick. How about Jerome? Is Jerome in the house? Ooh, ow, watch your mouth. What's up, Jerome?
What's up? I want to say once again, y'all doing a good job for Sacktown. The Kings, man, they did a pretty good job. I would give them a B, but like KC said a couple weeks ago, they don't have any dog in them, no fight in them. They don't have an enforcement. So until we get that taken care of or shored up, we're always going to be, Sacktown, Cowtown, whatever you want to call it. Appreciate what y'all do. You're doing a great job. Continue to run this to the Joe world. Thank you.
Hey,
my man.
We appreciate you, Jerome, man. Thank you.
Much love, Rome.
So we're gonna go from Jerome in the house, to Disco Tim. That's
Okay.
our audience, man. Hey, we love y'all.
We do
love
this.
y'all to
We
no
do
end.
this.
Disco Tim, what's good?
What's up, man? Hey, I'm liking that Demi is leaving, but I'm missing Corey. I don't want him to go. I like him off the bench.
Okay.
But, you know, I'm just a simple fan. I'm emotional about it. I learned a lot from you guys. But with Halliburton in the start, I can win it. And I'm wondering, is that enough evidence to just say we are definitely better when you start?
Yeah, absolutely. In my opinion, absolutely.
I agree.
It's a whole new energy, you know. He's just fearless. I just love it, man. He's kind of turned around, so I'm ready for him to go.
Me too.
Okay. All right, Disco Tim, we love you just the same, man. Thanks for that call. That's good stuff right there. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in here and be a part of this conversation, we'd absolutely love to hear from you. Again, it's 916-349-1320. Or as always, if you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, you could jump in the chat there and let us know what you think about what the Sacramento Kings did. Make sure that if you're watching on YouTube, that you hit the subscribe button, and make sure you hit the thumbs up too. Both of those are super important. And if you want to go the extra little step, there's a nice little bell right next to the logo. Go on and hit that one. You'll be alerted when we go live. We've got more here. Again, 916-349-1320. Let's hear what our man Sam's got to say. Sam, what do you think about what we've seen today?
I think everything's good. My concern is why do they in such a rush to get rid of Whiteside when we really don't have any centers?
Oh, well, okay, just to be clear, they haven't. That was just me. That was completely me speculating. They very well may not be getting rid of Hassan Whiteside. I'm just kind of looking at the roster, putting some things together. He's probably not going to be a part of the Kings' future. It's an easily cuttable contract. He has other suitors out there. Who knows? But he could be a part of the Kings tonight. But they do have to clear a spot somewhere. So, someone got to go. And I think
that's been in a lot of the speculation stuff about them dropping Whiteside. That's why I was asking, because we don't have Bagley's out, so we really don't have anybody to back up Holmes now that Bjelica's gone, correct?
Well, yeah. Well, Metu did return last night and played about 9 minutes. So
Biondo,
and then you had the acquisition from the Los Angeles Clippers earlier this year, earlier this week of Fernando Cabangeli, and he is expected to be available. I'm not sure if it's for tonight's game or Saturday's game, but he's expected to be available soon. So. It's just kind of figuring out what's the easiest one to get rid of. Who do you want to look at? They just acquired Fernando. I imagine they want to look at him. I think they like Metu a lot. I know Kings fans like Metu a lot. It feels like Hassan might be the odd man out of that equation.
Hey, by the way, I enjoy your show.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
That's awesome, Sam. We appreciate you, my friend. Have a great one. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here. I love I am a Metu stan. I can't. Okay, well, what the hell do I know? James Ham just tweeted, the Sacramento Kings are expected to release Fernando Cabangeli. This move will bring the regular roster back to 15 players.
Okay.
Somebody get Sam back on the phone. Tell him sorry. Tell him sorry. Obviously, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So, okay, man, that says a couple of things. Well, why the hell did you trade for him the other day? One. Two, Hassan Whiteside, Sacramento King the rest of the season?
Yeah, Sacramento King the rest of the season. The other thing that I was thinking about as well. I really hope
Sam is still listening, because I feel like an absolute ass.
Well, when you said that initially, I thought you said they were going to get rid of Metu.
Oh,
I was
God,
like, whoa.
No, man, I'll boycott. You can't get rid of Metu.
Metu, my boy Freeport Metu, he came in shooting that thing last night.
Hey. I'm not mad at that. My man was not bashful. He was like, "Let's do it. What y'all want, man? I've been gone 4 weeks. Let me get out here. Let me get out here and get my hands on the rock."
Hey, man. And I like Metu a lot, man. I like what he brings to the table. Another guy that I was kind of thinking about, but he's not a Holmes backup. But I'm interested in see what's going on with Chris Silva, the guy they got from Miami. He's 6'8", so you wouldn't say he's a center.
Mm-hmm.
Plays pretty big, kind of flies around a little bit. I want to see him out there. I want to see him.
Well, I mean, you might, but it's interesting. It looks like Jabari Parker's out. Fiondu Kabengele's gone. There's your 15-man roster, and it looks like this bidding war for Hassan Whiteside. It's a bidding war that my partner, at I Am K Diddy insisted was real. It appears it's going to end. Hassan Whiteside did play 18 minutes last night,
and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad time or nothing like that. So
there's one Hassan Whiteside, and then there's another Hassan Whiteside. There's no middle ground with Hassan Whiteside.
So you got Hassan Whiteside who plays with like a certain type of intensity and focus and smoothness as a James St. Patrick on Power. How does that song go?
Okay.
How does that song go? Hey. Yeah. So you got that Hassan Whiteside.
Yep.
And that's also sounding like our power rankings.
Yep. Sounds
but then
like
you have
Not
the
the same.
Hassan Whiteside who does a little bit like our powerless rankings.
Yep. He also hits you with an occasional.
Whose man's is this? I really need to know.
Or he'll do something where I was like, why did he do that?
Yeah, he'll hit you with one of those.
What did he do that for? Why?
And every once in a while.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
But when he has his good nights,
He's a real buster. He's a real buster.
we're just going through all the buttons here. And
And then he'll do something that'll make you say,
that's Hassan Whiteside in a nutshell.
the experience.
Yeah. That's
So I'm good. I'm good with that. Another thing that I'm a little upset about, though, I will tell you something I am upset about. I spent a lot of time perfecting Fiondu Kabengele. And now he's just gone.
And so, what was funny is when I read it first, I thought it was Fiondu Kabengele. And then Deuce, who covered him in the G League, said it was relayed to him as Fiondu Kabengele. I was like, okay, Kabengele, got it. Deuce backtracked today and said it's actually Fiondu Kabengele. So we figured
I've been saying jelly.
We've worked through the multiple incarnations of Fiondu's name, and we're never going to get to call it in a game. I think he just got his number yesterday. He just got the number 26 jersey.
We're going to need that back.
The Fiondu Kabengele retirement jersey ceremony will be next year at the Golden One Center. If you bought yours at the team store, it is now a collector's item. It's a throwback.
Somebody went out and got a Kabengele jersey.
Dude, if you did, y'all Kings fans on an entirely different level. I don't even think he got the number till about an hour before the game.
It might not even
the team store.
It might not even stitch his name on there.
26.
And then all of a sudden he's gone.
Oh man, we could have used. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. Oh, there's so much we could have done.
Damn. Silva. What we got with Silva? What we got with Davis?
Not there. You think about it. Let's get Bryce in here. He's been waiting patiently. He's probably sick of our crap at this point. Bryce, what's good, baby?
I mean, great show, guys. I think the team, I don't think we need to miss the link for crew just to keep it home. I don't know why everybody's jumping off a trip.
I gotta be completely honest, Bryce.
Bryce, are you in my house right now?
I do not understand the words you're saying. Are you swallowing the phone as you're talking? It's okay. Nope. Sure isn't. You're okay, Bryce. You're working off of King's internet, aren't you?
Bryce,
everybody, you
Bryce,
know what it is.
Out of my living room.
We're
doing the living room, Bryce.
You know what it is, and Bryce, you know we love you. We
call back, Bryce. We'll hook you up.
Bryce,
just make sure the sound's better.
Bryce, when you get an opportunity, go back and listen to that on radio.com and just hear what like what. We should have just been like, yeah, that's for sure. That's legit right there, Bryce. Bryce speaking the truth.
We're like, yeah, I think the Giants, I like what they're doing with the Giants. Yeah, I agree.
Is it baseball season already? What's happening
It's a
here?
week away. It's a week away, Damien. You ready for opening day?
Oh, I'm not doing that. Don't ruin my day. You ain't gonna ruin my day. Absolutely not.
Don't look at your one-on-one then.
Okay, right. We ain't looking at that nonsense. Let's take two. Bryce, let's try this again. What's going on, baby?
Is that better?
That is much better. There we go.
Beautiful voice.
Let everybody jumping off the clipboard. I like the moves they made. I don't think it precludes them from getting homes later or next year. There's always deadline and all this other stuff. Like everybody's like burn the tape. Like calm down, everybody.
No. I don't think everybody. I think the only real concern is maybe we got excited and thought there is a group of people that want Harrison Barnes moved. There is a group who we love. They just want to start completely over. Well, stop it. But I'm not of that theory. Like we just disagree. I just don't think that you should. I was hoping Buddy would be traded more for salary than anything else. If Buddy made $10 million, I don't care that he misses a 3x5 feet. But he makes a lot of money, and it's just like that contract isn't going to pay off.
Can they pull off an NFL restructuring?
That's not a thing. No, that's
I
not a thing.
wish. They need to bring that back.
Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely it. Once
I mean, is it silly to think about student no value, but like
you can't. Yeah.
You really want to keep them? You cut them or whatever? Like,
Buddy, no, you can't. Like, you still gonna pay him? Like,
Yeah,
there's just
much
no way
money.
around it.
does he still count against the cap?
Yep. There's no way around it.
Hey, it's not even a dead cap situation. It's just
this
like
isn't the
that's
NFL.
what it is.
Thanks for calling back, Bryce. You know we love you, buddy.
Appreciate you, bro.
Get back to policing the Twitch account.
Real quick, and this is an NBA day, and you know me, I don't ever leave the NBA.
I swear to God, dude, if you bring up baseball, we are going to fight.
No.
Don't. I will punch you in the nose.
You know me. I don't ever leave the NBA to bring up the NFL in March. That ain't my thing. But did you see what the Chicago Bears did yesterday on their?
Oh yeah, that'll be there for tomorrow. I saw that. I was like, boy, man, I know it's that time of season, man, but that is some onions to tweet that. Like, I want to meet the social coordinator that said, "Got it." Watch this.
Come on, man. What a
QB1 send. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
So one thing that my man Damien does pretty often, and it's pretty effective. I see. So like he'll post a picture or something, and he'll just be like Wednesday. You know what I mean? Like he'll do that. The Bears did that with Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton, QB1. No, it doesn't have the same effect as the Relive podcast. Okay, it does not have the same effect.
Imagine the Kings. Drop in like Monday, Fiando Cavangelli picture. The future. Whoa. Wait, what?
PF1.
They could quote tweet it today and say, we have come to the terms of the release on Fiando. We wish him the best on his future endeavors. 916-349-1320. Deuce and Mo set to join us here in less than 10 minutes. Check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, or on the radio.com app, or if you're listening on ESPN 1320 AM, just stay there. We got our man Murph live from Las Vegas. Murph, what's up, baby?
Hey, best show in Sacramento. What's up?
Oh, we appreciate you. What's going on, man?
I'm actually encouraged with the moves that they made because, I mean, if you really look at this roster and you look at Sacramento as a whole, I mean, what assets do you really have to expect? Like, the Barnes fell through as soon as Fournette got to Boston. And I'm actually encouraged to keep Barnes. I don't think, it was a necessary trade move. I'm all for them trying to push to being a very successful team this year and try to make that playing game. I get that part. I know a lot of people, because of the way this draft's coming up and how stacked it is, and a lot of people want to tank. I just want this team to be competitive. I want the Kings organization to show Fox, show Halliburton what winning is. Mm-hmm. And with the pieces that they got today, I'm actually encouraged because now your bench got deeper. Mm-hmm. And if
Buddy is going to go AWOL like he did last night and force things, you got players now that you can replace him with in the starting lineup and move Buddy to that bench where he's shown that he's been very successful off the bench. I like Dylan Wright. I think that guy is just a stat stuffer, and I feel like it's a plus. It's a plus for what you have available on your roster. I hate that they just traded a couple, second rounders with, second rounders aren't going to get anything. That they just cut them, and it's just, and I kind of like Whiteside as a backup to Holmes because you need that.
Yeah.
That if you are going to try to day that playing game, you need a defensive player like that that can protect the rim.
I agree, man. I'm with you 100%, Murph. I'm all for Fox and Halliburton doing things that lead to wins and doing that now. I'm big on that right now. We're on the same page with that one, Murph.
Yeah, I just feel like you got to show these guys that you're not just here to tank or just to keep replenishing your lineups or roster with draft picks after draft picks. Even though this is going to be a strong, it doesn't mean that they're going to guarantee get to play in, and they can still get some strong draft picks. But I just like the encouragement of what Monte's doing with what is available on this roster and what assets they got. I like the guy from Miami. I like Dylan Wright, and I love Terrence Ross. I think if he gets, he's only 20-some years old, give these guys a chance now in Sacramento to shine.
Well, it's Terence Davis. Terrence Ross is a different player. That's okay. I just didn't want someone to tune in and be like, hey, wait a minute. What deal did I miss? Love you, Murph. Thanks, buddy. Oh, boy, Jesse's quick, man. He knows Jesse's quick. I do love you, Murph. That wasn't me. That was Jesse. That was Jesse the Hook Ventura in there.
Jesse the Hook.
It's time to go. By the way, DeLon Wright, 10.5, 5 assists, 4.6 rebounds per game. That's what he averages.
I like it. I like what that young dude can do out there, man.
Let's get to Nick here real quick. Nick, appreciate the call, man. What's going on?
Hey, I just want to talk about the Kings. And I just want to talk about the Kings NBA trade deadline. I am happy that we got some new players.
Okay.
Should go to the playoffs this year, but they're going to be good on our team this year. So let's welcome them in Sacramento, and let's bring them in. Let's bring them W's in.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, man. I'm all for it, baby.
Buddy. Appreciate you. Oh,
there you go, Jesse. Jesse the Hook. Jesse the Hook. That's enough.
Yeah, okay. I know Damien's wrap-up sound. That's it. You out of here. I don't care if you about to start chanting Sacramento or not. You gone. He's what's it? The Sandman at the Apollo.
Oh yeah, he bring that hook out.
That's
yeah,
Jesse. Jesse don't even get that reference, but that's what he is. He come out there. Whoop, you out of here, fam. You out of here. So you heard how excited Nick was. You heard how excited our man Murph was. Is Deuce going to come in here and crap all over this?
Absolutely, 100%.
Are we like? So
there's not a lot of things I'm sure of in life, but I'm sure of that.
Deuce going to come in and crap all over this. Well, that's all right. That'll be fun. He might be a little bit cranky. They had a long day today. They've got a long day ahead. They've got a show to do tonight. They did a show to do this morning. They're jumping on with us here in a couple of minutes. Excited to
hear.
Absolutely. Excited to hear what they have to say about what the Sacramento Kings did. DeLon Wright's one, like Mo Harkless, like we talked about the, COVID protocols and the injuries and the different things that he's been dealing with this year. I really don't know much about Chris Silva. I don't want to front to everybody and be like, hey, that's the guy. I don't know. I have no idea.
I may or may not have spent a little time watching this minute video on some of his best plays.
Greatest player ever.
2021.
Greatest player ever.
Guy, he seems like a little bit of a bull out there. We need that. A little bit of a bull.
See, that's a nice measured response versus what your Terence Davis. Now I got Terrence Ross in my head. Now I'm thinking we did not acquire Terrence Ross. We acquired Terence Davis, not the same player.
I like what I saw out of Terence Davis, man. I got to tell you.
When the show is
that boy
over,
he moved like a little bull.
Go back to the beginning of the stream and watch Kenny Caraway's reaction to watching a YouTube highlight video. Of
sometimes you can tell. When you can tell, you can tell.
Okay, I'll tell you what. During the commercial break, pull up a Ben McLemore highlight video and see what it looks like.
Let's be fair. I didn't like Ben McLemore coming out of Kansas. I did.
Did you?
I don't know. I ain't feeling this dude.
Excuse me. Did you watch a Ben McLemore highlight video?
No, but I saw a game, and I was like,
wait, are you suggesting they might be different?
A little bit, even with that, even the highlight package. It was always a little soft to me. Terence Davis does not look soft.
Maybe that's what Monty's doing here. It looks like new Kings legend Fiondu Kabengele, he's going to be gone, as is Jabari Parker, who's been a DNP CD all season, essentially, with the exception of like 8 minutes I think he played in a combined week. Those guys are going to be let go. That brings the roster back down to 15. Notable names that are still on the Sacramento Kings: Hassan Whiteside, Marvin Bagley, Bonte Hill, Harrison Barnes. Nothing major was done. And what we saw today fit everything that we've read over the course of the last couple of weeks. James Ham's going to join us. Jason Jones is going to join us. Kate Scott's going to join us. There is a game tonight. The second night of a back-to-back, the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk about that. Deuce and Mo coming up here on radio.com, on Twitch, on YouTube, and here with D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. No. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's funny. It's funny. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. It's all good. Future governor of Minnesota, Jesse the Huck Ventura. How do you say your last name? Is it Tapia? How do you say it? Tapia. Okay. Tapia. You don't know. Okay. He doesn't know. That's fine. That's fine. That's all right. I'm friends with your dad on Twitter. I'll ask him.
I don't know.
I didn't know you were a junior too. We got to call you. We could call you Junior. Junior. You ever hear the story? Vince McMahon hates juniors.
Really?
He thinks it's demeaning. Like, and people, I think it's because people call him Junior. Even though he's not. He's not. A junior. No, it's Vincent Edward McMahon, and he's Vincent Kennedy McMahon. There's no junior. Like, it's not. It's just Vincent. I think it's Vincent Edward McMahon. I'll double check. And Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
Yeah, my dad's name is Kenny Caraway.
Okay, but you're not a junior.
He didn't have a middle name, so I'm not a junior. And then Reese, so he's gonna go through what Jesse went through for pretty much all of his school. Well, at the beginning of his school years, his name is spelled RHYS. So everybody's always like Rice. It's
Vincent James McMahon.
James,
not Edward,
that's a
Vincent
dad.
James. Yeah, Vincent James McMahon's the original promoter. Yeah. The founder of the World Wrestling Federation, the worldwide wrestling federation. What's that? I don't know. I text him. We'll see. Deuce and Mo. What's up, Padella? What's up, guys?
Hey, my bad.
We're good, man. How are you? How'd you hold up after I saw a pretty good chunk of the marathon show. How you guys feeling?
A little tired. Long way to go. I mean, you just gotta. You have to ignore how much more lies ahead the rest of the day and just keep going. It's fun today, right?
Yeah.
Like, these are the days you like doing shows because there's so much to talk about.
Yeah, that's 100% accurate. And yeah, you guys are killing it with all that you're doing. And I don't know why the hell I struggle to find your damn nameplate every single week. Goodness gracious.
100% right. I had never seen Reese before. I named my son Reese and then Reese Hoskins. I was like, oh, okay, there are some other Reeses in America like that.
Here's a quick warning. Kenny's internet has been traded to Citrus Heights. So
they sent us for cap considerations.
Whatever you do, Kenny, don't talk over anyone because no one will hear you. Like the second you start talking over someone, all we see is your mouth moving. Like that's all we see.
Damn Jay.
I think he's got the most inconsistent internet I've never met someone with more inconsistent internet.
I'm sorry.
We're working on it.
Well, the crazy thing about it is my entire house is just fine. Like I never have any problems with streams, nothing, online gaming, none of that. When I get on this thing, it's crazy.
Thanks, Roddy. Appreciate that, man.
Oh, that's super nice. Did you see we rated ESPN 1320 at the end of our stream?
Is that what you did? Like we said on Twitch? So okay, so I saw the number. I was like, hey, whoa.
Isn't that cool?
And so I can hover over the total number, and they were coming from Twitch, and I was like, that's only happened like once, and someone told me that I don't really know what that means. But
so the raid means like if you could like take your audience and you type in like /raid and then the channel, and it'll take all the viewers who are watching you and go to that channel.
So that's why
that's awesome. Thank you for
cool,
that.
you'll see some big Twitch stars do that to like smaller Twitch people just to like get them more views and be like, hey, check them out. I like what I see.
I'm literally looking dead at Morgan like, Morgan, hang on, we're coming back right now. Morgan's telling me all about like they rated our Twitch channel and sent us so everybody who was watching their feed this morning could watch us. And I'm like, Mo, hang on. Nope, she's explaining everything to me. So sorry I had to cut you off, Mo, there, but we appreciate all that you guys did. Want to mention here real quick, ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. In addition to this tremendous gin that they make here, guys, they also make awesome bottles of champagne.
Ooh.
Deuce, after today's trade deadline, are we opening any champagne?
I mean, I may open some champagne just because champagne's good. I'm not going to be popping bottles over everything, but I mean, it was intriguing. I mean, just specifically from a Kings perspective, because I'm sure I haven't heard Kenny's take on this, but I'm sure he's pumped up because it feels like the moves that the Kings made were to shore up the bench and to push for a play-in spot. Like, is that the right move? I mean, that could be debated. It's going to be interesting to see how McNair deals with this offseason because you still have salary cap issues to deal with Rashawn Holmes. But to me, it's pretty clear they got better today and yesterday. They become more athletic. They became a better team today than they were yesterday.
Yeah, me personally, Deuce, I like DeLon Wright. I'm familiar with him. I'm not going to front like I'm super familiar with Terence Davis, but I did watch his YouTube highlights before we started the show, and he intrigued me. I'm not going to lie. And then we did some research, and he was all second team, rookie team last year, whatever the case may be. So there's something about him now. Like I like Chris Silva, what I see out of him. But to your point, they got guys that this may be just scratching the bottom of the barrel, but guys who have been in the NBA, who get NBA minutes, right? And the roster really didn't even have that 2 weeks ago. You know, they had a Corey Joseph, Tyrese Halliburton, and then Eminya, I guess. So I'm okay with that, and I'm definitely, you know me, I'm definitely okay with going for that 10 spot.
Yeah, good about going for that 10 spot. Like we actually speculated whether you were going to crap all over this.
Me?
Yes,
no,
you.
Wow.
Look, it's fat because I think if they get in, it's not because they back in. Like you're going to have to win to get an opportunity at this, and it's important to me. Like, I don't think they had a chance, and still it's a little murky to me, but things have opened up a little bit. The Pelicans moved on from JJ Redick and Nico Melli. How does that change things for them? It changes things a little bit, right? Golden State, Steph is out right now. He's going to be out for a little bit longer. How do things work out with them? We know Minnesota and Houston are out. OKC is not going to, they've been scrappy, but Shai Gilgeous is out now.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, some teams there's some openings. There's some teams that aren't going to be in it. And so there's a chance at it. Now, I know how Kings fans are reacting. Some are like, well, what are we, a playing game? You're just stuck in the middle. Look, you've got De'Aaron Fox, who's playing the best basketball he's ever played. I think we are seeing him right now grow before our eyes. We saw it before the injury. Now we're starting to see it again, where this last 12-game stretch, it's legit. What he did last night was nasty. He looked like one of the best young guards in the NBA. We don't need to waste time. You need to make sure he's happy. And if Fox is playing well, Halliburton's playing well, and you have a decent bench and you somehow get in the playoffs, that's not a bad thing. So many people freak out. It's like, you got to tank, you get a top 5 pick. One, nothing's guaranteed on that in terms of actually getting a top 5 pick if you tanked. And two, did we not just see what happened in the NBA draft when your team had the 12th pick overall in a draft that's not deep at all? You know what they did? They got one of the best guys available in Tyrese Halliburton. So tap the break. Let's see how it plays out. And in terms of the salary cap, Monte McNair, in my opinion, if he's competent, we're still trying to figure out if he's a good GM or not. We don't know yet. They don't make these trades and add salary for next year and then go, oh, I forgot. What about Richaun Holmes? I mean, I'm sure they're looking at all the possibilities with the understanding that they have to make additional moves over the offseason. Barnes still going to be a commodity then. I'm sorry I'm talking too much.
Yeah.
Deuce is a little punchy.
The Twitter hot takes. It's like these casuals out there. Just settle down, okay? Why are we dumping all over this? Like, they got better today.
And okay.
Go ahead.
Hi guys, Mo.
Hi, Morgan.
Yeah, Deuce has just been talking all day, so he keeps
It's a
going.
long day.
It's I like what he's saying though. I agree with some of it too, and in the way that the Kings are trying to go for this, I feel like they're going for it the right way, right? Like you're still looking at other things and the sustainability and longevity of what they can do with these pieces and evaluating these young pieces to put around their young core. Now, it also going to help the mentality and the development of some of these young guys too, to show, hey, winning culture is the only culture you need to know, because in Sacramento, it's not known. And so many times it's known to be like, oh, just try and get that playoff spot and then screw the future,
Yeah.
So how do you think that, Deuce, you just said this a minute ago. Obviously, Monty knew 8.5. It's not like he made this acquisition for DeLon Wright and was all of a sudden like, oh, wait a minute, holy crap, 8.5 million on the books next year. Like,
yeah.
Of course, how do you think this affects Richaun Holmes? Like, and I know we're completely speculating at this. Like, we've been trying to figure out what is Richaun Holmes' value across the league. What is his value to Sacramento? Does Monty covet him? Like, this is a starter all season who has played really well.
He has, and we talked to Bobby Marks on our podcast the other day from ESPN, their front office insider. And look, he could be wrong on this, but he thinks Richaun's like a $10.5 million player. And he was making the point that there aren't a lot of teams with cap space out there. Now, it only takes one, right? It takes one team to swoop in there and offer Richaun big money, and then that puts you in a difficult spot. But for Sacramento, you're going to have to do some retooling still. Even if you don't get DeLon Wright, you're still going to have to do something with the roster if you want to keep Richaun Holmes long-term. You weren't going to come into it. So there's still tinkering to be done. Hell, DeLon Wright may not be on the roster next year. I mean, they could be included in a trade. So the thing I would say is they didn't add any crazy money. It's not like they're like, oh, man, they trade for Gallinari's deal. Oh, man, this is tough. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
they added the $8.5 million. They traded Bjelica, got a couple of guys, Harkless, who's a vet in the league. He can help you coming off the bench. We'll see what he can do. He hasn't been playing in Miami. It didn't really work out there. Chris Silva is a guy that I know Miami liked, a hustle guy. We'll see what you're taking looks at guys. And I just don't think it costs them that much. I think they will have the ability to tinker more, but it's fair to question that. I just think there's this weird notion from some fans out there like, oh, what? This is just stupid. What are we doing? It's like, well, at some point you got to try to win games, and of course the goal is long-term sustained success, but that doesn't mean that had to happen all today at the deadline. Now, let's see what happens around draft time. Let's see if more moves are made. They're going to have to be made if you want to hold on to Richaun.
I look at this situation and I say they're going out there and Monty is kind of doing, I don't want to always compare this because he's his own person. Who knows what was going on in Houston or whatever the case may be. But he's kind of, I look at him and this is what I was kind of hoping for when he came in. They're going to look for like a Daniel House. Like Daniel House was a throwaway. This guy was on the scrap heap somewhere. And they were able to get him. I don't know if it was in a trade, through the G League, free agency, whatever. And they got him and he turned into somebody that was a key contributor in that system in Houston. And I feel like Monty is trying to figure out what this system is supposed to be here, what he wants to do with it, along with Luke Walton or whatever coach comes in, along with De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton. And he's starting to look at guys that may complement that. Will these guys that he brought in today, will they work for that? Maybe not. But if they don't, it was a low-risk type of situation. So I like it. It's adding to the depth. You add that to, they may have found, I don't want to say like something like he's a this core type piece, but somebody that you can play out there in Metu. Like I like Metu. So they got Metu out there. They, you bring in a Terence Davis, you bring in a Silva. Now you're starting to get an NBA roster, that goes 9-10 deep. And that's what I thought today was a lot. Plus, getting rid of some of the contracts and players that you had no plans of having in the future.
Right. You adding that athleticism, that length too, right? Like even that combo guard and right. It's like having him capable of playing other positions and also being a rebounding guard. That's huge. You need more of that kind of athletic ability, physicality coming from your bench because look, you go to that Kings bench and the drop off is just significant.
It's the biggest drop off in the NBA from starter to bench.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. And like even someone, why am I blanking? Because I have been talking for 4 hours. Who am I thinking? Oh, Terence Davis, 6'4". He's got a 6'9" wingspan. He's a young guy. Take a look at him. Like Kenny said, I'm intrigued by that. I'm really excited for DeLon Wright, though. I think it's a great addition. And Sacramento, you look at Corey Joseph's deal next year, there's about $2.4 million guaranteed. So they were likely to probably buy him out anyway. So that would have just been dead cap money. Instead, you turn that dead cap money and you turn it to a guy that is under contract next year who could be a part of that.
And Damien, one other thing too, I want to say I'm not like sitting here all excited, like, oh man, the Kings just got so much better today. Oh. I'm excited that there was activity and there was productive activity and that there is a little bit of an upgrade, whether, some haters want to see it or not, because there wasn't some splash name, but that's like we said, those are just the casuals. They don't understand the game.
Indeed, that's what it is. There were a lot of big names not moved. Like Kyle Lowry stayed put. LaMarcus Aldridge is getting bought out. Lonzo Ball, like I don't know, that's not a huge name. It's former number 2 overall pick, right? Stop me if you heard that before. He was a name that was he winds up staying in New Orleans. So we do this every year though. Like we get really hyped around the deadline, and we get some. We got the Aaron Gordons and Vucevic. We got that deal. There's quite a bit that we got here. So it's fun. Let me ask you this: we've got the Golden State Warrior game tonight. I feel like this game has gotten like a certain feel. Like it's great to beat the Atlanta Hawks, but Kenny and I were talking about at some point you got to beat the teams like in front of you. Like if we're talking about a play-in push, it's cool to beat Atlanta. You lose a little bit of luster if you wind up losing to the Golden State Warriors, who could actually gain you some ground. And I feel like for the first time since the Charlotte Hornets debacle, like maybe people are starting to come around. Like, okay, maybe I'll dive back into this, because it felt like death following the Hornets game, and maybe this is a chance to kind of get around the corner again and get excited about the team.
Yeah, you can't lose this one tonight. I mean, Steph's not playing. Like Brad Wanamaker got traded today. I know Marquise Chris did too. He's out for the year. It's always weird after the deadline too, because there is that emotional and the Kings lost some guys. I mean, you lose 4 guys, right? So there's a little weirdness too when you make trades. I mean, they didn't lose 4 guys; they got 4 guys. They traded Joseph and Bjelica. God, this lacks.
But they did. No, they did. Jabari Parker's gone. Fiondu Kabengele's gone.
Kabengele. They're gonna miss him a ton.
The legend, Kings legend. Fiondu. I just got my jersey at the Kings store.
Did you hear about his jersey thing last night? They assigned him number 27, and then they realized it was a retired jersey, and so they pulled him and had to get him a new jersey number.
So the way I am, because I'm a jerk, I would have grabbed somebody and I would have been like, "Look, you see that?
It's right there.
That's not for Fiondu, right there. That's not for him."
Yeah,
I would have pointed to the Raptors.
Go ahead.
Maybe I'm off. Who the hell is 27?
Oh, the great Jack Twyman. He has deep roots to the Sacramento organization. 1955. Who could forget?
Casey looked
Big
bad.
Can't unretire that jersey. What are you talking about?
We're basically.
I don't know what the question was now.
I don't either. I have no clue. I just derailed us. Oh, excitement! The fan base kind of coming around.
Right. Yeah. When you lose guys that are close, like guys liked Corey Joseph, guys like Bjelica. Parker wasn't here that long, so who knows about that? But there's an emotional toll. But you gotta fight through it. If your front office was like, hey, we just add some pieces, like we're trying to get in now, you got to perform, and you have to take care of business tonight against Golden State, no doubt about it.
Yeah, you're listening to real quick, Casey. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento or radio.com sports station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling, joined by Deuce and Mo, the Deuce and Mo podcast. We are thrilled that you're here with us. If you're listening on ESPN 1320 AM, you can chime in on the radio.com app. You can take part in the conversation and watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel.
I was just going to agree with Deuce and say we all know how things go here in Sacramento and go with the Kings when they're expected to win, all this. I get it, but he's 100% right. Like you should not be losing to this Warriors team tonight. And it's not just the Warriors. They're shorthanded. They got basically a 1-point guard because of the trade situation. While you made deals yourself, your core players that you play, they're all there. You should take care of business here tonight against the Warriors. The other thing that I look at from this trade deadline, and yeah, they're taking looks at guys and they want to see what they look like possibly for the future if they could be rotational pieces. And I know some people might not want to hear this. I think they got better for like now. Like to me, the main issue with the Kings was their roster depth. It wasn't their starters. You look at their starters, they got starters that can hang with anybody. They can do that, but they had such a drop-off when they went to the bench. They'd have to play these guys 38, 40 minutes a night. And now bringing in somebody like a DeLon Wright, who I know he's taking Corey Joseph's spot, so maybe his minutes, but I think he's a better player than Corey Joseph. Who knows what you get out of Davis and Silva and Harkness. Like they got better on probably their biggest weakness, which is their bench. They got better for this year. So
Kenny, you're exactly right. And the reason why there's so many, if you see outrage, on social media or wherever it is from Sacramento Kings fans, it's very black or white to so many people. It's, are they a championship team yet? Because if they didn't do that, then they didn't do good. And by the NBA trade deadline,
Time to tank.
Yeah, it's time to tank. Then it's black.
I love the different voices that have popped up through this conversation.
Yeah, I'm a Kings fan that doesn't get it. No, it's frustrating to see sometimes because again, when we sit here and say the team got better, we are not saying this is a playoff team. We're just saying where we saw the team improve, and where you saw that team improve is exactly what you said, the depth.
And again, I think what needs to be reiterated here is they would have still had to deal with some salary cap issues with Barnes, whatever that they got to figure out Bagley and re-signing Richaun Holmes, whether or not they made some of these trades or not. Like that's still going to be a problem. Like, so I don't think they hurt themselves long-term. Monty still has work to do. Sometimes trades, we've talked to Bobby Marks and other people around the league about this before. Sometimes teams have conversations before the deadline and that deal doesn't get done until like the next offseason or, or before the draft. This is when stuff's, you start to build relationships, try to figure it out. And it's not to excuse, like Monty's got work to do. Like Monty's work is not going to stop until this team becomes a legit like contender if they get there at some point. He's got a lot of work to do. And I just don't think being upset about these moves makes much sense to me. I think if anything, it's going to give the Kings a different look. They all of a sudden have some athletic bodies coming off their bench. I think they're getting better, a little better defensively too. When you're playing Hassan Whiteside, who's still on the roster, Bjelica and Joseph, big minutes off your bench, your defense, your offense and defense, it's just terrible. It's just not good. So now it's a different look. You're more athletic. It fits today's NBA a little better.
Mm-hmm. Shams just tweeted the Spurs have bought out LaMarcus Aldridge, released him, and he will now be a free agent. The earlier rumors were Miami is a place of destination for him. Of course, Miami also added Victor Oladipo. You know, when you do free agency and you do drafts, it's no different than when you do trades. You got to have winners and losers. We saw Denver do some things. We saw Chicago do some things outside of the Sacramento Kings. Who do you think had a really good day today?
I'm going to say the Chicago Bulls, but I think they had a good day because they got a piece in Vucevic for their future. But then my second place would be the Denver Nuggets because I think they got better right now today, especially in the West with Aaron Gordon. I know for a lot of people, Aaron Gordon is still like, oh, but how is he really going to do after this ankle? And is it really just going to be a change of scenery? I believe that is a big piece that that team is missing with Jokic, with Jamal Murray. And now that's going to even open up some things sometimes for Jokic to do a little bit more, allows Jamal Murray to throw some oops to him. Getting rid of Gary Harris was huge. I know a lot of Denver fans weren't about him and obviously all the injuries that he had going for him. So I just think it's a big day for the Denver Nuggets in the West.
Even JaVale McGee. I mean, that's a smaller pickup, but like you go from Hartenstein to McGee. That's an upgrade, and I know McGee does some funny stuff out there every once in a while, but I think he could still help that team in small doses. Denver is definitely winner. Chicago. I can't believe, like, to me, Orlando, if I'm an Orlando fan today, I'm going, what the hell? Why couldn't we wait till the offseason to move Vucevic and try to get more out of him? We got an expiring contract, and Wendell Carter, he's not going to be as good as Vucevic. Maybe those first round picks do just turn into something. I felt like they didn't get enough at all for Vucevic, who has a good contract. He's in the prime of his career. He's an all-star. The other guys, I don't have a problem with them moving, but that trade specifically was not good to me at all. The other team, you just talked about Miami. If they get Aldridge, Oladipo, I think he's a prime candidate to do like what James Harden did to Brooklyn. All of a sudden, Oladipo is going to be having a positive attitude, be in South Beach. He wants to be in Miami. He's going to look good. You had Aldridge, even Bjelica. They didn't have to give up Tyler Hero. They didn't have to give Duncan Robinson up. They kept the guys together. They added to their team. The East is fascinating. I mean, even the West is open to me, but I feel like the top of the East, I'll take the top of the East over the top of the West.
That's going to be must-see TV in the playoffs, if you ask me, what they got going on. So I'm definitely excited to see that team that on the surface made a really good move, but I'm a little perplexed by it. I want to know how you guys feel. Is Portland getting Norman Powell? Norman Powell, that's a bad boy. He can fall in the bucket. But is he that much better than Gary Trent, where you had to give up Gary Trent, and they gave up another guy, Rodney Hood as well, and it still doesn't solve what I think their problem is. They don't have somebody on the perimeter to defend. So I like the move on the surface because Norman Powell can play, but I don't know what you guys think about that one, giving up Gary Trent and Rodney Hood.
It's tough because it's like, when are they going to be fully healthy too, right? Because when they do have all their pieces, it does seem very like a dominant roster in the West. And so losing Gary Trent, though, I think it's really sad because I was talking to Deuce about his energy, what he adds to that culture, and how Dame plays with him. There's so many other things to him. And with Rodney Hood, you saw him in that postseason, having a good little playoff run there. But since then, it's just kind of been whatever for Rodney Hood. So trading those two pieces for Norman Powell, I think was worth it. But at the same time, I think it's going to show that it's worth it when those other pieces are healthy again.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kenny. I'm not sure that it all of a sudden you go, Portland, they can come out of the West now. I mean, Dame's having a hell of a year. Now they get CJ back. I never got the sense watching Portland that Stotts totally trusted Gary Trent. I felt like I was like, I feel like this guy should play more. I feel like he should get more opportunity. And he never really did. So I don't know if there was something going on there where it just wasn't clicking. He's going to get a restricted free agent. And when you get a stud like Powell, you got to give up something. So they gave up him. Hood's coming off the Achilles. I don't know how significant that loss will be. But I love Norman Powell. I mean, the guy brings it. He has that toughness, his scoring ability, the 3-point shooting. But the biggest question all year long in Portland has been, can they stop anybody? And when it comes playoff time, can you get stops? It matters. Look at the championship teams over the last, decade. Most of them can get stops in the playoffs. I don't think Portland did anything to do that today.
A couple of things here. No shocker. The Oklahoma City Thunder have waived Myers Leonard. That's too bad. I'd love to spend some time talking about how phenomenal De'Aaron Fox has been and how he is an elite NBA player, but I'd rather spend a couple of minutes before we go talking about how phenomenal Morgan Reagan is and the fact that you're a part of this broadcast coming up on Saturday when the Sacramento Kings take on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Can you talk a little bit about what your role in that is going to be?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Damien. Oh, okay, what?
Just before you start, I can't do that and not give you no air horns. Come on now. Come on.
Get the air horn treatment, Morgan.
Thank you. I appreciate the air horns. Really appreciate that, guys. So you guys are gonna see me mostly really taking over their social media that day. You'll see me do maybe a hit or two on the actual broadcast, but basically I'll be pointing out a lot of like what's going on that night, just why it's historic in a lot of ways, and then also be talking about probably just all the trades that happened and everything. So am excited just to be, you know, a part of this broadcast at all, that they called me and asked me to be a part of it. And so it's fun. It's a fun thing going forward.
That's awesome. Laisha Clarendon, a former WNBA All-Star. Krista Blunt used to be the voice of the Sacramento Monarchs. It's exciting. Laura Britt, she's going to anchor Kings Pregame Live. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for you. I'm excited for all of these women. I do want to point out to everybody who may not be aware of this, Morgan is an extremely talented color analyst as well.
I appreciate that, Damien.
She's really, really good at social media. Like, she's phenomenal at social media, and she's actually a model of everything I do on social media for ESPN, for myself. She handles everything that has to do with the Be Heard platform. But I just want to state very clearly, she is a really, really talented color analyst.
I really appreciate that, Damien. And hey, maybe one day, you know, I'll be doing color on an NBA game. We'll see.
But there's something to be said about the play-by-play person who gets the most out of the color analyst, kind of setting up that color analyst. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like
and Deuce Mason is an incredibly talented play-by-play.
Get out of here! Get out of here!
I think I know Morgan's the only one who will get this, but did Deuce just go hashtag not all men on us? Is that what he just did? We'll step out. Deuce and Mo, you guys have been incredible today, and I know you're not done. This is essentially your second show of the day. You'll be back for a third following the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors tonight.
Oh, it's going to be a different type of vibe. I'm going to pop open some beers. We're going to hang out.
There you go.
Deadline. Look at the Kings Warriors game. Yeah, make sure to come check it out.
James Ham joins us as D-Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, we're clear. Yeah, I can't hear him talking.
We're clear.
I appreciate you, Damien. Really.
Man, you guys are awesome. That's awesome stuff.
Both of you. I got the horns.
Yeah, you gotta get the horns, man. And you're awesome too, Deuce.
I appreciate that. You got it. We're all awesome.
Why can't we all four just be awesome?
Shout out to everyone in the chat too.
Yeah, you know what would be cool too is this was
Hey, did he get the hell out of here?
This would be like just imagine if we all like worked together. Like, how awesome it would be to like just have coworkers that you just like.
Oh, yeah. Like, Danny, back up the Brinks truck. Let's get it going. What are we doing here? Like, I mean,
back up the Brinks.
You want to go to the moon or not? Like, do you want to go to the moon or not? Let's go.
It's true.
Have a little crossover in between shows here, you know. There, you know, do a little something.
Just wanted to make sure he was listening. Just wanted to make sure he was listening.
Hey, if you don't, someone else will. So let's go. All right.
Hello.
Truck is like, hey, at this point, you could just pull the sedan back. Let's get something going here. Look it. It appears that people might be in on this idea.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What? Wow. Oh my God! I think people. What is happening? What is going on right now?
Yeah, I believe in you, Danny. That is
Danny getting the pep talks.
Oh, there's the message. There's the message. We're working. We're working. I know he is. He loves you guys as much as we do. You probably got about 20 minutes to get a nap in, so go get that in.
There's no nap. We're going all the way through.
There we go.
Golden One Center tonight. Night chat, I'll probably be because we were until like midnight last night.
You could die. God. Can you just go eat something green or something? Stay healthy.
I'm ready to go. Right. Let's go. Basketball trade deadline.
Thank you guys.
No, you guys killed it. Thank you guys.
Guys.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
See you soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Is man on here or is he?
What's that?
James on the stream?
I don't think so. He didn't respond to me, so let's just go ahead and operate as if he's because I sent him 215, so let's operate as if he's on the call.
Okay.
And if he is not, you could just punch me in the face. Man, today is legit. Let's go ahead and throw this McQueen up here if you're not following at McQueen Violet Fog. You should be. I think it's a McQueen night. Normally I try to hold off till Friday. I don't feel any need to do that. Especially if the Kings get a win.
Come on now,
make a little something with my soda stream and
5 and 6 games.
Man,
oh now,
Well, Luke said they're not that good, though. That's what he said.
He said they're not that good for 7 of 8. He could be wrong. He could be wrong.
Luke be wrong?
He could be wrong.
Luke? Nah. Not Luke.
Oh, James.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, no, James is here. Ham. No, what's up, James?
What's up, gentlemen?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Were you guys worried I was going to no-show?
No, not at all. We weren't sure if you were calling or jumping in.
Gotcha.
But we're thrilled that you're here.
All right, I'm here.
Thrilled. How's everything? Busy day, I assume.
Yeah, actually, it's been a busy couple of days. Yeah, probably like 72 hours. But then again, I mean, this is a 5th game in 7 nights, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is the schedule. I don't even want to know what those players feel like.
Hang on, Ham. We're coming back here. The marathon continues. We hope that you join us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Of course, we're live on radio.com as well, and 1320 a.m. for those that go old school and like to listen to the radio. We welcome in James Ham, Kings Insider for NBC Sports. Been a very busy day. Been a very busy couple of days for you, James. Thanks for joining us. What do you think of what's transpired over the course of the last 24 hours or so?
You know, a lot of it I like, to be honest with you. Some of these players that they had on the roster, it's not that they're bad players. They just didn't fit. They didn't fit with what the Kings were trying to do. I'm not sure what Vlade was really going through, what was going through his mind when he brought in both Bjelica and Corey Joseph as primary backups for positions when you knew you were going to do a run and gun system. And again, it's not on those guys. They were just, square pegs, round holes type deal. And I think that you got some value for him. I really like Wright. I think he's got a ton of potential to help this team right now. He's a big guard, 6'5", long wingspan. He can guard both positions. He can run both positions, both the 1 and the 2 as a backup. He gives you more scoring punch than Corey Joseph. And, overall, I think that they did improve the team, at least for now. And but I think there are some question marks as well.
One of the sentimental moments in recent Kings history is the trade of Iman Shumpert and how that team, that was just a punch to the gut for them. They really looked up to Iman. They really respected him. And they took a long time to recover, the De'Aaron Foxes and Buddies and guys like that. And they're older now. They're big boys. They understand what's going on. So I don't look at this thing with Corey like that. But one thing that came out of last night is how much they seem to love Corey Joseph. They really loved him. They really respected him. And I knew he was a good teammate, but I wasn't aware of how much they really enjoyed having him in the locker room until, some of the things we heard last night. Did you get a sense of that, leading up to this, or was it a little bit of a revelation for you?
No. Corey Joseph is a wonderful dude. Absolutely spectacular. I've had the privilege of doing, we did a Purple Talk podcast with him last year, where it was really like an intimate sit down for a long time. We talked to, coaches about him. We talked to, other players about him. He's a spectacular human being. I've sat in the locker room and talked to Corey plenty of times. We're actually, you do develop relationships with all of these guys. And for me, Corey's just one of those guys that comes in. He's got a really unique, funny laugh that makes you laugh. And I knew he was a guy that had instantly pulled Tyrese Halliburton under his wing. And he did the same with De'Aaron, too. But De'Aaron was a little bit more advanced. And I'll even say this, look, when you're in the locker room enough, you start seeing sort of the weak spots and the strong spots. And while Shumpert, it did hurt the chemistry of that team, that also was a train that was heading to, towards a corner that it couldn't take. It was becoming an issue there. And that's not the case with Corey. The problem with Corey is that he's built for a slow down style. And, he's built for a grind it out. He doesn't make mistakes. He stays in front of his man. But when you have players around him that A, don't know how to play defense, and B, are running at a frenetic pace, eventually it's going to catch up to you. And he's a guy who didn't miss a game his entire career. He's got the longest current streak in the NBA for games played. There were games where he was so wrapped up with ice in pregame that I was like, man, there's no way you're playing. He's like, I'm going to give it a shot. And sure enough, there he was. So, yeah, he's a good dude, and he will be missed for sure.
What's the biggest thing that you think the Kings didn't address?
I think the biggest issue is just like when you look at the deficiency of Corey and of Nemanja, Hassan Whiteside is the same exact thing. I mean, he is the biggest square peg in a round hole. I mean, he's a gigantic 7-foot square peg in a round hole. He just can't keep up with this team. And he also doesn't do what they ask the, bigs to do on this team. He goes and he stands in the key. I mean, if you watch the Atlanta game, I've never seen anything like that. I mean, he had a 3 in the key call. He had a lane violation on a free throw. De'Aaron Fox threw him a pass that almost hit him in the head because he wasn't paying attention at all. And that was at the top of the key. And then he ends up with 12 rebounds and a couple of blocks and 8 points. And you're like, it's mystical how his stats do not match what you're seeing on the court. But at the same time, it's not only that. It's Alex Len would have been a much better fit for this team. He can run the floor. He's a big, mean shot blocker. And I'll tell you this, if Alex Len was on this team and Jonas Valanciunas ripped Chimezie Metu off the rim, there would no longer be a Alex Len or Jonas Valanciunas. They both would have been suspended because he would have thrown punches. Yeah. And that's what you need. This team needs that guy. So that's what I mean. Like, if there was something that needed to be addressed, sure, they could have sent out a big contract. They could have swung for the fences. I loved Aaron Gordon for this team. I think the Kings should have gone hard at Aaron Gordon. But, if we're just talking about what else did they need, it's really they needed a big who could run the floor, has a big personality and block shots.
The guys that they got today, and you can even throw DeLon right in there as well. I don't think anybody's looking at them as franchise changers, but I think they add to the depth of this roster, which is much needed. And I'm not going to lie to you, James. Terence Davis wasn't on my radar. I literally saw some stuff a couple minutes before the show and was like, "Oh, I like what I see from him." And something about him. When you see it, you just know it, right? Who are these guys that are coming in? Who are you kind of looking for? Like, I want to see this guy out there on the court. I want to see what he can do in this system.
Well, I kind of want to see Terence Davis on the court, but his off the court stuff is cringe. It's cringeworthy, and I cannot believe that the Sacramento Kings jumped in. Just to be honest with you, he has domestic stuff hanging over his head, which has caused a bunch of problems with him in Toronto. It's probably the reason why he hasn't had a great season. As a basketball player, he looks like he's got a lot of potential. He's a guy that was undrafted, that came in and just really played well in his rookie season. He earned all rookie second team honors. But look, at a certain point, you gotta follow the rules of what you're putting out there as who and what you are as a franchise. And so I'm a little shocked by that one. And I think there's going to be some awkward conversations going forward on that specific trade. But when it comes to the other guys, again, I think DeLon Wright is a perfect fit. And I'll tell you this, Mo Harkless, he's one of my favorite role players in the NBA. And people might think I'm crazy, but I had the privilege of going up and helping out with the Portland Trailblazers team during the 2018-19 playoffs. I actually flew up to Portland, covered a bunch of games for our affiliate up there. And when Mo Harkless is on the court, your team wins. That season, he was like, I think it was a plus 3.2 on a 3.1 on offense. And when he was on the court, they were a negative 3.1 on defense. So he had a plus rating of like 6.2 net rating. He doesn't put up big stats, but you're looking at a 6'7" guy with a 7'2" wingspan that can play the 3 and the 4. It's kind of what this team needs. He can run the floor. He's only 27 years old. He's on a budget contract. I think that he's one of those guys where you get him in the house, you figure out a way to sign Richaun Holmes, and then you look to figure out how to bring him back for more years if it works out well. He's just the versatility of him. The Kings don't have that guy.
James Ham, Kings insider of NBC Sports, with us here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. You brought up Richaun Holmes' name. He's a guy we've been talking a lot about. Like, what do you have any idea of, how Monty and this front office feel about him? What are the chances of him being a King moving forward? What is the market for him? I feel like there's a lot of open-ended questions heading into the last part of this season here with Richaun Holmes.
Yeah, I think most of the questions should have been answered today. And that the fact that he's still on the roster and the Kings didn't go and shop him for what I believe they could have got a first-round pick for him without any problems. The fact that he's still on the roster tells you that, number one, they love what he's doing right now because he's just been unbelievable, especially since Bagley has been out. He's been unbelievable. But also that he is the guy that you look at and you say, if you're the Kings, it's, someone wants to give you something for Harrison Barnes. But if you're the Kings, you need more Harrison Barnes. You need more 26, 27, 28-year-old solid veterans that can play 35 minutes a night, that can hold their own for all of that time, who aren't a liability. The Kings just haven't had those types of players at all during their time, especially the last decade. I mean, we're talking about guys like Rudy Gay, guys that you plug in and that are going to be there every night doing exactly what they do. Harrison Barnes is that guy. Well, Richaun Holmes has become that guy. And so you found one and you haven't had to pay him anything so far. You're going to have to pay him. I'm going to guess, I don't have the number from his agent that they're looking for yet. But, just the dynamics of COVID and everything, the way it's impacted the league, I'm going to guess a minimum is going to be $12 million a year for him, like a 4-year 48, maybe a 4-year 52. That's kind of where I see him. But to me, the Kings have to figure out a way. They've got to figure out a way to clear up some cap space because they need more of those guys. They do not need fewer of those guys. No. So that's where I'm at with Richaun.
Okay.
I want to ask you real quick, James, about a guy who is on the roster right now, who is not going anywhere. There is no rumors, no question marks about this man, and that's De'Aaron Fox. And I've said a number of different times that I feel like the Kings need a guy that may come in here and, can lead this team in scoring, because I don't think that's naturally what De'Aaron wants to do as a basketball player. He's more of a true point guard than people give him credit for. And when he came in, I actually wondered if, how easily he'd be able to score in this league, with a shaky jump shot. He's blowing me away with how easy he's getting to 28, 29, 30 points. Last night he had 37, obviously. I mean, we keep talking, my partner keeps talking about these steps and these leaps that people want De'Aaron to make. Seems like he's making them right now, and he's making them in a major way.
Yeah, you were wrong. You just can't teach speed. And what he can do on a court, it's just no one else can naturally do. And the way he's learning, it's almost like he's a video game. He's got the spin move button, and then he's got the pullback button. He's going to get better as a shooter. Something Doug pointed out on the telecast one night, he said, you look at De'Aaron and you see his shoulders have filled out. And it's not something that I initially noticed, but I have a 17-year-old who's 6 foot, 175 pounds. And I just keep watching his shoulders build out and build out and build out. It's sort of that going from a skinny kid to an adult. And I think that's what we're seeing too. We're seeing De'Aaron start to really get his adult body. And people have talked about, man, I can't wait till we see him at 25. And now you're starting to see sort of the body transformation that you'll see for him at 25. And he is absolutely incredible. What he's doing right now on a court is just nuts. And, like a lot of players can do this. You can say that, oh, well, he's doing it on a bad team, right? Like the old Lamont Murray thing. Lamont Murray put up 20 points. It didn't matter what bad team he was playing on. He just went around from one bad team to the next, putting up 20 points. That's not what Fox is. He's surrounded by talented scorers. Harrison Barnes can score. He's averaged 20 a game. Buddy Hield's averaged 20 a game in the league. Halliburton is coming on as a scorer. Rashawn Holmes is a guy. He's doing it on a team that isn't winning, but they're not winning not because of him and because of the 6 guys who are really playing all the minutes. They're doing it because they don't have like the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th guy. That's why they're not winning. Right. And so I think it's really impressive what we're seeing. And, the awards and stuff, they'll start coming because he certainly is a player that the Kings chose right for one of the few times in their history. They chose right with this guy.
What before we let you, what do you think, has something changed with him? Has his mentality changed? Has it, he seems to be more aggressive on the offensive end? What's changed him, particularly with him over the course of the last, God, we got to be talking about what, 15, 16, 17 games here at this point? You
can go back to the bubble. This is a player we saw in the bubble. He started off a little bit slow on the season, but it's actually, I keep looking it up. I think it's 22, 23 games where he's averaging, I don't know, close to 28 and 28 and 9. But look, we've all been there, right? We've all been 23 years old and we have the expectations at 19 of 20 and 21, but you start getting to 22, 23, 24, and you start to become more confident in who and what you are. He's engaged, he's starting to become a man. He really is. He's starting to hit adulthood and he's just matured. The game's slowed down. His mind's slowed down. He's patient. And what we're seeing is just a next level player. Look, I tell people this all the time. Look at his stats compared to Russell Westbrook's the first 4 years of their career. They're identical. And he's never going to go snipe all the rebounds like Westbrook does because that's just not who he is. But the rest of it, he has everything. And he's even a better defender than Westbrook.
James,
our little De'Aaron is growing up.
He is. No, he is. Yeah. It's great to watch. You grow up Kings. I've watched guys come in and leave and, they spend a huge amount of their career and they go from young kids, DeMarcus Cousins at 19 to, where he is now, a 30-year-old man. You get to watch the whole progression of how they become, I'm going to do it my way. And it's like, yeah, you're going to do it your way, but doing it your way at 21, doing it your way at 27 are totally different. You just don't understand that yet.
Yeah.
Now, to your point, James, I was just going to say, you look at him compared to Russell Westbrook coming up, the comparison when he was coming in was John Wall. And John Wall, I think, is a damn good player. Injuries have derailed him a lot, but when he was at his height in Washington, damn good player. And Fox zoom past John Wall and what he did early in his career. He's way past that. So
Mike Conley, you used to hear that comparison. Yeah. Mike Conley, can't hold a candle.
Right.
So, one of those guys should have made the All-Star team this year, and the other one, the wrong guy made the All-Star team.
James Ham, speak the truth. The All-Star is not a Lifetime Achievement Award. We're happy for Mike Conley.
Yeah.
But it's not a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah.
So, De'Aaron has been phenomenal. James, we know how busy you are today. And, oh, by the way, there's a game tonight, so we'll let you go get ready for that as the Kings are back on the court against the Golden State Warriors for the second night of a back-to-back. But we appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for all that you do.
Take care, James.
All right, that's James Ham, Kings insider for NBC Sports there. Always absolutely tremendous work as we roll along here. If you want to get back on these phone lines, you absolutely can. 916-349-1320. If you missed any of our conversations, we had Bonte Hill to start the day off. We had Deuce and Mo join us. And, of course, we just wrapped up with James Ham. By the way, we are not done. Jason Jones set to join us here in about 20 minutes or so. He'll be with us at 2:55. Kate Scott coming up in the final hour of the show, coming up at 3:30. Again, there is a game tonight. I know we've talked about, broad picture things here with the Sacramento Kings, but they've got a game tonight in Deuce, Mo. We didn't ask Jason there, but I'm sure this is a Kings game. This got a different feel for it. This is a game they got to go out there and win, especially with Steph Curry be gone. Now, both rosters are going to be weird. It's not
a little disjointed.
Yeah, it's not like DeLon Wright's going to play tonight. You know what I mean? And so we know that Jabari's gone, Fiondu's gone. We know Corey Joseph isn't playing tonight. We know Nemanja Bjelica is not playing tonight. The Warriors made some trades of their own. They're also dealing with the injury. All kidding aside, this very well may be the Draymond Green game for the Golden State Warriors tonight. So it's going to look a little weird at the Golden One Center.
It is. But I think the Kings can do weird a little better than the Warriors. They got enough guys still there that can fill out that roster and put together a good game. Maybe you see some Kyle Guy tonight. Maybe it's a situation where Luke looks at what the Warriors have and feel like Kyle maybe wouldn't be overwhelmed if he went up against that Warriors backcourt coming off the bench or whatever. And remember, Damian, he lit up the Warriors in the preseason.
Okay, I was gonna say, wait a minute. I was like, wait, lit him? Wait, how?
He went like 7 of 8 for 24 points.
Gotcha. Yep, I remember that.
So yeah, it's gonna be a little disjointed roster, but Kings got Fox, Kings got Halliburton, Buddy Hield. Their starting 5 is there.
Any chance? Any chance at all that Daquan Jeffries makes an appearance on the floor tonight?
So much.
I don't either.
It cracks me up though, man. I'll tell you that. I would hope so. Like it kind of we talk
you
about
can hope all you want to, but
we talk about all this depth that they have. I really wish we could include Daquan Jeffries in that. I think that would help out a lot if we looked at him as part of the roster depth that they've acquired now. So maybe you see him tonight. Possibly.
Okay. I don't know. You got to have bodies. You're running a short rotation. I mean, we know Buddy's starting. We know Harrison's starting. We know Rashawn's going to be there. We know Tyrese Halliburton is going to be there. I feel good about where De'Aaron Fox is right now. Hassan Whiteside is still a member of the Sacramento Kings. We saw Justin James play 7 minutes last night. We saw Metu play 9 minutes. All of those guys are still there. You just need someone to kind of step in. Kind of the Corey Joseph role, I guess, and that's actually a 9-man rotation. Sometimes we don't see it be that long. Maybe that is. I mean, isn't that exactly what Daquan's role is?
It should be. It should be. Ryan,
I need to know what he did. Luke will never like if I get on the Zoom at 5 o'clock or 5:30, whatever time it is. Hey, what's going on with Daquan? I feel like he would. He's never going to. And nor does he have to, or perhaps nor should he. He's never going to say what's going on. But like he's just been dropped from the rotation. Obviously, he's still a member of the Sacramento Kings. It's just so weird how he's just completely disappeared.
Yeah, he has no shot of playing. It feels like if you got on the Zoom,
it doesn't. Yeah, it really doesn't.
If you got on the Zoom, would Luke say, "Hi, Damian"?
No, he would. He'd probably be like, "Who's that guy?" Like who's like you literally haven't said anything all year. Now you come in here asking me about Daquan Jeffries.
Another guy, as Ryan points out on the chat, maybe we see some Woodard tonight.
There you go. That's a good call, Ryan. Yeah,
that's Woodard. So,
or we just see like a 7-man rotation. And you know what?
Tyrese, Buddy, all the guys.
And looking at what we saw today, looking at what we saw over the last 24 hours, and looking at the way Luke is coaching these games, they're playing to win. Mm-hmm. Not trying to go all Herm Edwards on you, but that's what they're trying to do. It's not development. It's not get the young guys in there. It's not get experience. Like they're playing to win games. And when you see shorter rotations, you see it because I want to see Daquan Jeffries too. Obviously, Luke doesn't have that trust, that faith in Daquan Jeffries. The same is going to be true for Robert Woodard. Like he doesn't have that equity yet. They don't have the time. You guys have seen the schedule. Like they do not have the time to practice. It's not like, oh, what is Robert Woodard doing practice? Right. There ain't none. They're doing like glorified shoot-arounds as practice. So it's tough.
Luke feels like he don't have time to mess around, and I don't blame him. To be honest with you, I want Daquan in there. I want him to play these guys. But if he feels like I don't have time to play around, like I need Fox to go 36 minutes in here. I need help. There's something to be said with going with the guys that you absolutely trust, and you don't have time to play around. So there is that. Like I said, I still want to see Daquan. Yeah. He's played Justin James a little bit lately, yes, and then Justin's been okay.
I was going to say he's rewarded those minutes.
He's been okay. I just want to reiterate what we talked about with James Ham, man, and what De'Aaron Fox is able to do. Like I said, I looked at him, for his career, maxing out at like a 21, 22 point per game score, averaging 9 assists or something like that. And I mean, like I said, he's getting 27, 28, 30 Easy. I thought he was going for 40 last night. At the end, or I think it might have been towards the end of the third quarter, he had like 30. He might have had 30 or something like that. And I just felt the way the game was going. I was like, for them to win, he's going to have a 40-point night tonight. Like, he's there. He has the ability, and I don't see him stopping to score. They needed scoring. I thought he was going to have 40-plus last night. Probably could have if he would have shot the ball a little bit more down the stretch. But 37, 8 of 9 from the line. Come on now.
Yeah. 8 of 9 from the line. The Sacramento Kings as a team in a game they win by 2. 20 of 22 from the free throw line.
Come on now.
In a game they win by 2. They're 20 of 22 from the free throw line. Come on, man.
You can do it. You can make your free throws. So when I go off, if they have a bad free throw shooting night again, it's warranted because I see what you guys can do. I see what you can do at the line, and that's what should be the norm, not the exception.
Yeah, the game 916 says, no, Luke knows Damian. He's going to refuse to answer your questions. No, that's not Luke. That's something petty I would do. That's not something petty Luke Walton would do. We've got so much more ahead, including Jason Jones. He's set to join us as we continue here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We are live on radio.com and here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Go take a break, Casey. Get in these. Hey, man, y'all are all over this YouTube like never before. Hit that thumbs up. We got like 98 people in here, man. We cracked 100, I think, on just this individual stream for the first time. Thumbs up. As many as you can. Create burner accounts and hit the thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe as well, if you could. Oh man, you guys are subscribing. Okay. Let's get up there. Let's start making that move to Let's start making that move up to 400. So subscribe, hit the thumbs up, please. If you're watching on YouTube, I think you can hit. I really don't know what to do. Mitch, what do you do on Twitch? Melvin, like you share or just follow? I feel like we don't push for the follows enough on Twitch, man. But get in and on. Oh, I see y'all on that thumbs up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I see y'all. Man, you guys are killing it. Oh, look at Will threw together some stats. Goodness gracious. Threw stats together. Okay. All right, cool. Did you email that? Like, let me see. I've been all over here. No, you didn't email it yet. I'll be on the lookout for it. Thanks for that, Will. If you made we'll get that posted. We'll get that posted also. Yeah, keep hitting the thumbs up, man. Make sure you subscribe. You guys are blowing up this YouTube channel, man. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. We really, really appreciate it. All right, Will, we got you. What's this in reference to, Melvin? Put Buddy on the bench? Oh, okay. Melvin, man, I hope nobody dislikes me as much as Melvin dislikes Buddy. I really hope there's no one out there that dislikes me the way you dislike Buddy. I understand it, man. I know he's frustrating. He's frustrating as hell, dude. I get it. Like, I know. I was frustrated when he missed that 3. I see you. Okay. I don't know. Okay, Mitch. Thanks, Mitch. We appreciate that. That's what we're talking about right now, Mitchell. Like, we're good with it. How do you feel about it, Mitchell? We've been talking about it now for 2 hours and 45 minutes. We're going to talk about it for another hour and 15 minutes. It seems like people really like DeLon Wright. What's good, Pooh Puncher? I don't even know what that is. I was afraid to say that username out loud. What's good, baby? What's good, man? Yeah, I know. I did see him play yesterday, and I know you missing that 3 in a critical moment, man. That's tough, especially when you don't even hit the rim. I know. Danny and Sam, we working on it. That we've got to go through legal, and D'Lo and KC ain't allowed to make merch money, so we've got to figure that whole thing out. Maybe run it through Be Heard or something. I don't know.
Merch.
I don't know. Yeah, they on that thumbs up, man. We got 79 thumbs up on this YouTube stream, man. We got people in here hanging out all day. We've got the Twitch growing.
People been out here today, man. Shout out to them, man.
Killing it today, man.
They've been out here.
Yes, we ain't even got to. We've been so focused on basketball, we ain't even got to talk about wrestling today. Man, you know it's a busy day. We don't get to talk about wrestling on this show. We got a bunch of texts during the break. I'm trying to respond to James Ham. Thanks to James Ham for coming on, and Bonte and Deuce and Mo.
Yeah, man. Everybody jumping in here today. The callers too, man.
Coming back, everybody. Yes, indeed, you are. As a matter of fact, you're listening to Greeny's favorite radio show. If y'all ain't heard, Mike Greenberg's favorite radio show, man, right here, D-Lo and KC. At least that's how I heard it. I don't know what y'all heard, but that's how I heard it. ESPN 13's, what's the station again? 1320?
1320.
I'm gonna learn how to speak again. As a matter of fact, just cut this from the live broadcast. Let's start all over again in 3, 2, 1. ESPN 1320's. We got it. Cut this. We're gonna edit all of this out. Okay, everybody ready? 3, 2, and 1. ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. Nailed it.
There you go. You're a pro.
Yeah. You know, as I was reading, I was almost confused. I was like, wait a minute, is this tournament still going on? I ain't seen the game. I ain't seen the game 4 or 5 days. Like,
little break is coming back, and you can catch me on Channel 13 when we do come back.
Yeah, it's tomorrow, right? It's tomorrow.
It's
Friday. What's today?
Friday,
Thursday?
I think. Today's
today's Thursday, so that's tomorrow.
You're correct.
I've been that all day. I swear to God, I haven't known what day it is.
To be honest with you, I think they start on Saturday.
Okay.
It's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I think. Real quick though, we do it for the culture. Shout out to Jesse coming back with that Dipset anthem, and on today in 2003.
Okay.
Diplomatic Immunity dropped.
Oh.
Yeah, the classic Diplomatic Immunity by my guys on Dipset.
But wait a minute. Isn't it on this day? In 1997?
Uh-huh.
Did I got that right?
You're correct.
Let's go.
Oh,
let's go.
DJ D-Lo.
Come on now. It's now for me. This is Biggie's only. Biggie has 2 albums: Ready to Die, Life After Death. That's it. Born Again doesn't count. Duets sure as hell doesn't count. And any other trash Diddy put out.
Duets.
Absolutely, I won't even listen to it. I swear to God, my hand.
It's not a good album.
My hand to the good Lord above. I have never ever listened to that album. I refuse to listen to it.
It's not a good album, but Nasty Girl, that's smash.
Not good. No, it's not.
No. Are you crazy?
No, I'm not.
With Jagged Edge, that's
not
a
good.
smash. And then he's got 1 or 2 other ones that are pretty good.
No, it's not. It is not good, man. I will never listen to that garbage. And Born Again barely counts, and I don't think it does. Biggie dropped 2 albums: Ready to Die, Life After Death on this day. Back in 1997, it dropped. And on this day, the Sacramento Kings made some trades. Has there been a shift in the league? Do you think that there was anything where you look around and you go, oh, okay, now we've got some conversation here?
With everything that is going on with the Lakers, injury wise, I think the Nuggets might have their head in there. And then there's one that we didn't even talk about. We ain't even talked about this one. Rajon Rondo is going to the Clippers.
So Rondo does okay. We make the jokes about playoff Rondo, like, and I swear I don't mean this as a slight. Rondo is one of the most intelligent players I think to ever play the game. His basketball IQ is like different. Like he is just different. But him on like an Atlanta Hawks team, which is marginal. Like I mean they're they're good. They're certainly better than it, but they're marginal. Versus Rajon Rondo on a good team that has a chance to win a championship, they're different.
Yeah.
And I don't know that Rondo's going to be. I kind of thought the Clippers might do a smidge bit more. They sent Lou Williams to Magic City. I'm sure he's thrilled. Like I'm sure everybody in Atlanta is thrilled that Lou Williams is headed that way. But I don't know that I look at Rajon Rondo to the Clippers and go, whoo, watch out.
They need, I don't want to say this like Kawhi is not an adult, but they need an adult. They need a leader. And that is what Rajon Rondo will bring in the playoff time. They need somebody that'll say, hey, get there.
We change adult to grown-ass man. Is that what you mean? Because I think you used that term the other day.
Grown-ass man.
That's what they need. They need a great.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Now, I'll also say this. I know we feel like it's a foregone conclusion, and it probably is. Maybe Andre Drummond goes to the Clippers. I think they cleared up some roster space. Maybe that's a destination. And if that's a destination, we got action. We got action in Clipperland. The other thing I got to
imagine they're in on it, right? Like, it feels like whoever's on the buyout market, and we know LaMarcus Aldridge is, and all signs right now seem to be pointing toward LaMarcus Aldridge winding up in Miami. But if you're a big player like an Andre Drummond on the buyout market or anything, it's LA, Brooklyn, and Miami.
Yeah.
Which is weird because what the hell happened to Philadelphia? Is Philadelphia all of a sudden not a place that you want to play?
Well, I don't know.
I guess maybe those guys, they don't fit. But
yeah, that's what I was about to say. Those guys that they're asking, who are getting bought out and everything, I don't know what they would do in Philly, so to speak.
Sure.
The other thing that we kind of just, or me, maybe you caught it, Damian, but we should have seen this coming. Rajon Rondo didn't play yesterday, did he?
Oh, I don't think he did.
And he killed the Kings in the first matchup.
I don't think he did.
He killed the Kings in the first matchup, and he just didn't play. We should have known something.
Well, but he didn't have a CD. He had a right adductor soreness.
Oh, yes.
I hate when that happens.
Does anybody know where your adductor is?
Well, I do.
Where's it at?
You know where it's at. You don't know where you're at? Your AB and your AD ductors? They're like your groin, like right on the...
I thought that's what it was. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I figured that's what it was.
And if there's a strain, it hurts. Like it is uncomfortable. But again, I don't know. If he comes out tomorrow sea walking, then he's probably just fine. And they were just like, hey, Rondo, come to Sacramento with us. It's a shorter flight to LA. Like come on, like we know what we're working out here. But that's I don't know that was the Nemanja Bjelica treatment. Like Bjelica sitting there, that
was crazy.
Just sitting there, essentially moping the entire game on the front of the bench. Like if you're gonna mope, like at least sit in the back of the bench. Like move somewhere else. Like I kept looking, he had his hood pulled over. Like come on, like Belly, dude, we get it. But like I know y'all got love for these guys out there on the court. Like at least get that. But.
Belly,
not.
Have fun in Miami, Belly. That's all I got to say. Have fun in Miami.
I'm sure Belly's going to tear the Miami night scene up, as our good friend Jason Jones would do on a regular basis. Of course, Jason Jones of the J Street Vibes podcast. Jason Jones, our man. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I missed my little road trip, so I didn't get my Mitchell and Ness this season. I'm not getting anything. It's just hey, Belly can have fun in Miami for me.
Soon enough, man. Soon enough. Lou Williams will tear up Magic City for everybody. Just overall, what do you think about what the Sacramento Kings did over the last 24 hours with the variety of moves that they've made?
I think if they address more than anything, was the need to really deepen up the bench a little to add some guys who were taller than 6'3". The experience, and that's one of the things that, knowing the staff and some of the people around the team, they've really just wanted, with some depth. Like, can we get one player besides Harrison Barnes at 6'8"? Right. It's not a kind of a developing, long-term player. It'd be different if this were Philadelphia a few years ago and Mike and come out. But you know what? We're just playing for top 3 picks. And then play a lot of those other guys a whole bunch of minutes. But when you're getting the message that, we want to develop guys, we also want to win, you got to give them something to work with. And I think what they did was, strengthen the bench and give themselves a little bit more of a chance to crack the top 10. Which I think is really all you can ask for without taking on any big salary, going into next season.
Jason, another thing that I feel like they were able to do with some of these moves is they got guys that kind of fit schematically with what they seem to want to do on the court, you know, as far as getting up and down. Bjelica, Corey Joseph, Hassan Whiteside, even though he's still there, they're not getting up and down the court like that. They're running down half-court guys. These guys that they brought in, whether it's Terence Davis on the right, Chris Silva, they can get up there on the floor with the Aaron Rodgers, Tyrese Halliburton. I think they fit a little bit more, you know, if they got subs in with a couple stars and things of that nature.
Yeah, I think one of the problems the Kings have had for several years is the roster never matches. Mm-hmm. You know, you drafted the Aaron Fox, you also got a Zach Randolph on the team. You know, I mean, this has been a constant thing with the Kings. It's like, okay, what are we trying to do here? Are you trying to be a veteran team, trying to be a young team, trying to be fast, or trying to be slow? And you got to at least do, whatever, if you want to have a philosophy of playing fast, at least get some players who play that way. Yeah. And to me, their biggest hole was that all their guards outside of Tyrese were like 6'2", 6'3". I mean, playing small is great, but at some point you got to have someone. You know, you see it every night. You know, they're starting Buddy basically as a 3. And what does every team do? Go right at Buddy, try to put him on the block. And now you can possibly play that. Still play small, but now maybe you have Rashawn, Harrison, and Mo Harkless out there, which is still a small ball lineup. But now you have a little more to fight with, so to speak, defensively. And maybe then now you're not seeing Harrison have to play 42 minutes, and maybe De'Aaron with the line right doesn't have to play 40 every night. I just think that if they didn't make any moves, the playoffs were a long shot anyway, but you're just going to wear these guys down. And then the next few weeks, kind of saw what happened back in February. They played those 2 weeks really well, and I think guys kind of got tired. Because to win 7 of 8, you had to essentially play your top 5, 6 guys 30, 35, even 40 minutes a night. So, these aren't, earth-shaking moves. These aren't, moves that are headlines or sports talk shows nationally. But I just think there's some solid moves that help the bench, and then also you didn't take on a bunch of big salaries beyond the season. I think DeLon Wright's the only guy with a guaranteed deal beyond the season.
Yeah, 8.5 next year. You're listening to Zelo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, a radio.com sports station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We are joined by Kings insider Jason Jones, the J Street Vibes podcast, and of course of The Athletic. Are you surprised Hassan Whiteside is still a member of the Sacramento Kings?
No, I mean, I think they know they need at least one center of the size, and unless you had someone who's definitely going to bring in to place him, I would have been surprised if they let him go without bringing someone in to replace that size. Because I mean, that's this team really thinks they really like Alex Lynn, mainly because he's a big guy, he's physical. And I think if you don't have a Hassan on the team, are you really going to ask the next to be Rashawn Holmes' backup, even if it is just 15 to 18 minutes? I don't know if you're going to ask a guy in 2 ways who just came back and take the risk to do that. And to me, all part of that whole idea of we want to be young, but we also want to compete. And I think it's kind of that yin yang thing. And for the guys in the locker room, if you're asking those guys, the players pay attention. They know when it feels like you're kind of almost trying to win. I think if you do that and don't bring in someone else, the message that we want to compete, but we're not going to actually give you any help. I think you can't keep doing that. At some point, the players have to believe that there's a commitment to winning on some level, and they can't. The same way the fans don't want to hear development forever.
Yeah.
The players don't want to hear it. Eventually, the players start saying amongst themselves, and it's happened in Sacramento for years, where they say, "Hey, at what point do we stop making deals for money and cash consideration to try to get guys to help?"
I've been saying this all day, Jason. Of these guys that came in today, I've seen little clips here and there of Terence Davis, seen little clips of Chris Silva. I like DeLon Wright. there are guys that I'm really interested in seeing. And I want to see, hey, what is this guy about? I want to take a look at him like I'm Monty McNair, right? Who of the guys that they brought in are you saying, hey, I want to see this guy with the skin seam, or I want to see him get up and down the floor with De'Aaron Fox? It might have something there.
I mean, I really want to see DeLon Wright, because I think one thing you lost when you lost Bazemore was another guy who could handle the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious to see what they could do possibly if the 3-guard lineup is Tyrese, De'Aaron, and DeLon. Now you got 3 guys, DeLon's averaging about 5 assists this season. You got 3, guys who can all create, set things up. And I'm curious to see how, Tyrese is a great facilitator, but maybe he has, a big time 20-25 point game, more of those in him with less of the ball handling responsibility. I think that it gives them some intriguing possibilities in terms of what they can do offensively. Maybe they can get more creative in the half court. I'm curious to see what happens when you get another third, true kind of this playmaker, because Kojo's not, he's a solid guy. He's not a playmaker type guard.
Right.
And I think if you put another playmaker out there, maybe it gives them different possibilities.
Jason, what's been the biggest difference? Like, De'Aaron has just been all world the last month or so, with 37 last night against the Atlanta Hawks. What's been the biggest difference in his game that you've seen over the course of the last few weeks?
He looks fast again. I think coming off that injury, he wasn't right, and now he looks fast again. I mean, he's starting to get downhill. Or if you see, the attack mode, and I think especially lately having Tyrese feeling better helps him a lot too. Because I think at one point even Tyrese mentioned when he was out that it looked like De'Aaron was tired because everything was on him. And I know he's a young guy, and people say how can he be tired, but to play the way they want to play, you're asking a lot of him to play that way. Also defend. And the play he made last night to Trae Young, if he has to handle the ball the entire game without a Tyrese, I mean, does he have the energy to make that play? Maybe, but we don't know. But I think you can see that as Tyrese has gotten better back in the groove, as De'Aaron has gotten healthier, it looked like that team we saw about a month ago. And like I even said back then, no, they're not going to win 7 of 8 all the time, but they also aren't as bad so they should be losing 9 in a row all the time. And I think some of the moves they made doesn't give you a great room for error. It's not like all of a sudden they can go out there and play the defense they played all year and play that on offense and win. But now it's not like, okay, we lost to one guy, we're all going to go down the toilet. Maybe they can sustain themselves a little bit longer.
Yeah. Jason is always good when we get together on J Street Vibes of just crushing my dreams. I'm like, I kind of like what's going on with the Kings. Like, they still stink, right? He's good for that, right? But we're gonna try this again. Jason, they've won 4 or 5. I'm not gonna get into the schedule too much, but I mean there might be something there. I think they have, whether it's in a small amount or a great amount, they've improved the roster right now. I mean, can they have some type of ambition for maybe the 10 to get in that playing game discussion? Is there something to look forward to here with the Kings?
They definitely should have some ambition to get there. I mean, they're 3 out, so I mean, they definitely should have that ambition. I think that's part of the thing why you make some of these moves, is because you say, you know what. These moves are really like low risk moves for them. So why not go for it? I get the idea of, people talk about the draft, pick phase for K's, all that stuff. But I think you learned this past year, you can get, if sometimes you get lucky, you get a Tyrese at 12. There's no guarantee that any of those guys are going to be, a franchise-changing player. I remember people telling me Andrew Wiggins is going to change the game, and so was Bonte Parker.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at this point, you've been bad this long. Dang it, try to get in. Try. At least try. Because you know what? These players who have been on the Kings long enough at any length of time, all they know is lose. At some point, they got to know that winning matters. And that it's not about, okay, well, next year. You know what? In the last 2 years, I think the Kings have had a chance to do that. 2018, 2019, they flopped after the break. Last season, they go to the bubble and flop. Maybe, you know what? Try to do it this year. So why not? You know, don't tie the Clippers for that record. If you can help it, go for it.
There you go. Jason, I'll read this to you before we let you go. Again, there's a game tonight, so Jason, you've got a lot of work ahead of you. But I figured you'd appreciate this, so I'll read it to you. The Miami Heat won the NBA trade deadline, acquiring Victor Oladipo and Nemanja Bjelica. The Denver Nuggets came in second, acquiring Aaron Gordon and JaVale McGee. Signed Irvin Magic Johnson.
Oh, man.
That's your man's.
Right there. That's top of them. I was gonna laugh if you told me to say that. You know what? I was gonna
Yeah, Magic right.
Nemanja is definitely going to change the balance of power.
We got to get Magic back on TV. You know, breaking this stuff down. Yeah, because JaVale backing up Joker. Yeah, game changer.
Bring back the Magic Hour, and I'm all for it. Bring back.
I will watch it.
Jason, we appreciate you, my man. Thanks for all your hard work today.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
All right. Jason Jones, J Street Vibes Podcast, The Athletic. He's got another podcast. Isn't he cheating on you?
Yeah, he out here dabbling a little bit with other people.
But I think the other people is his girl, so that probably makes it okay.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Okay. It's good. I've listened to the other podcasts. I like it.
Oh, Jason's solid, man. It's good stuff.
We got to get back on the vibes. We some busy guys, man. Yeah, it's a busy time of year. And Jason is like for instance, take you behind the screen, like Kings home game, can't do it tonight because he's at the arena till like midnight. So,
and that's why I was like, what's the latest we could schedule Jason? Because it's like these guys, when they're at Golden One, these guys, Jason, you heard, if you were on the stream, you might not have heard it on the radio. Deuce, these guys, James Ham, same thing. These guys all still go to the games.
Yep.
They go to the games. It's just, they do the Zoom calls like from the media area on Wi-Fi before they leave, but they are still in the building watching the game. Speaking of Zoom calls, this should be interesting. I guess we could have a little commercial break meeting about this here in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Monte McNair set to talk to the media tomorrow at 1.
Ooh.
We don't love doing Zooms live because they can get a little quirky. But you hear from Monte McNair like twice a year.
I was about to say, considering how many times you hear from this man.
It's not. This isn't exactly Luke Walton. We might have to go to Monte tomorrow.
He's like the Kendrick Lamar of GMs. You never hear from this guy.
You actually hear from Monte McNair more than you hear from Kendrick Lamar, and that's saying something. So yeah, we'll talk about that. Either way, you'll hear what Monte McNair says tomorrow, but his Zoom press conference is scheduled for 1 o'clock. There were even people, there were Kings fans. There were even media people speculating what this meant. So true story. When Monte McNair was hired, if you look back at all of the like articles that went up, everybody used the same picture. It was one from the Sloan Sports Conference, which we can't use because they were just hijacking it from like an image, an image search. We can't use that. We have to use images, from like a Getty Images service.
Right.
There was no such image of Monte McNair anywhere. There are billions of photos, 100 years old. Not a single picture of Monte McNair taken that was ever posted to Getty Images.
Look, like people who watch boxing, they know I watch boxing. I use this analogy often. There's even pictures of Al Heyman out there. Like if Al Heyman walked down the street, I would know who Al Heyman is. Yeah. I asked the question earlier, and I'm not saying this has anything to do with the job that he's doing. I'm just literally talking about recognition. Yeah. If Monte McNair walked down my street, I might not know who he is.
Yeah. I would, just because I saw that same damn picture over and over again. And then finally they get him in there and he's taking the awkward picture with the basketball and the purple, the purple pullover and all of that. And it's like, okay.
I'm telling you, if me and Monty were at Costco at the same time, I might not know who he is. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Y'all sampling the fried chicken, and
I used to love the samples. They got to cut back on the samples, man. I mean, even before the pandemic, like they cut back on the samples, and I wasn't feeling that. I used to love as a kid getting them samples, but they made up for it because they have hands down the best menu, maybe in all of retail.
You can also get like a 50-inch TV for $7.
Facts.
So that's pretty legit.
All the TVs in my house came from Costco.
I believe it. And you've got a lot of TVs in that Caraway Castle of yours. There is it's like a TV around every corner. You know how they say at the car dealership, there's a deal around every corner. No, that's the TV at Kenny Caraway's house. Yeah, like there was really a TV like all tuned to some different sporting event. Like I heard this story once from the Queen Bee. Kenny comes downstairs where Jazz and Reese are trying to relax and have some lunch or whatever, and Kenny puts on hockey.
Yeah,
and they're like, "Yo, like, what are you doing?" I just need to see something. And I told Jazz, next time you pull that stunt, to just look at him and say, Damien will never allow you to talk about this. So turn the channel, put back on.
I just wanted to see something real quick.
Anthony hit us at D'Lo and KC and said there's as many pictures of Bigfoot as there is Monty McNair.
We may have to stream it live on StreamYard.
I think there's a way we could do it.
Just so people can know what the man looks like.
We are not done. Maybe we should shift gears a little bit and talk about the game tonight. We've barely talked about the game last night other than Buddy Hield's air ball and De'Aaron's big performance. But there's another game tonight against the Golden State Warriors. Kate Scott, she covers the Warriors for the Kate Scott actually does everything. It would be negligent to say she covers the Warriors for the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. She does. As a matter of fact, I think she's fitting us in between skates because she's calling hockey.
Come on, you want to talk about grinding?
My goodness,
you want to talk about everywhere you ain't never there. We talking about Kate Scott.
So she's going to join us coming up at 3:30, and we'll talk about the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors. We're going commercial free till the top of the hour as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station and live on radio.com. It's ESPN 1320. Clear? I'm going to assume we're clear because I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
We don't have to be clear if you don't want to be.
I got to take a second too, guys. So be right back. I'm back. What we talking about here, huh? What we talking about? Yeah, Eric, Rich. No. We don't chat and drive, man. You can call us, Rich. Holla at us, man. Come on now. All right, calm down. Okay, like I said, I'm not putting no ridiculous pictures in my room. And typically, when it's like this, you won't even be able to see it anyway. So we got some things in the work. We doing some stuff. Don't worry. We working on it. Yeah. Oh, Yeah, Damian does have some good stuff. He has some great stuff on his wall. His wall's popping. Mine ain't.
Cheers.
Cheers. Got more water. Got my little Kirkland brand water. Okay, let's go.
Hey, Kirkland. That was the first time I've stood up since the show started. Boy, I stood up a little too quick.
I'm about to say you probably heard some snack crackle and pops.
No, but I wasn't walking like a normal human being was. I can tell you that. I was like, whoa. I was like unfolding.
Come on, Murph. Come on, dog. Talking about I got one couch. I got how many couches we got?
Way more than a $2 million home, too. You heard him talking about putting the basketball stadium in the basketball arena.
I'm trying to get the Kings to move there.
Yeah.
Move out of go to one center and move here.
There you go.
Yeah.
He'd probably rather do that than play at the Memorial Auditorium the way he responded to that question yesterday.
More Auditorium was so nice. But I didn't even think about the locker room. I don't even think they have locker rooms at the Memorial Auditorium. So yeah, that wouldn't be good. Never thought about that.
Hey, Reginald, shut up. I got that foam stuff is just decoration. that stuff didn't work worth a damn. This room is too damn big for it. Like, I'm in a bedroom, for goodness sakes. Like, I couldn't put all that foam all over the wall. That thing don't do anything. I just had to buy a better microphone. That did not work. And we're back. Yes, indeed. ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. And tonight is definitely a McQueen and the Violet Fog kind of night.
Well, look, if the Kings can pull out the win, I'm not putting the cart before the horse. I'm not saying you are either, but if they can pull out a win, I'm going to be feeling real nice.
I know you are, man.
Might even, look here, Damian, look here. Get this win tonight. You might get some vibes post game.
Post-game vibes.
Might get some vibes.
Post-game vibes have been on hiatus as of late. Like I like this, and I've got BetQL in front of me.
Ooh.
They have got the Sacramento Kings favored tonight. They're going Golden State +3.
Oh,
the Kings are favored in this one against the Warriors. All right. Interesting. I got to tell you this, though. I didn't start looking at the prop bets until, I think yesterday's game was the first time that I really looked at BetQL's prop bets. They don't. I don't think they've ever seen Tyrese Halliburton play.
They had him at 14 yesterday.
They had him at 14. Their projections are 10 points, 4 assists, but they put the over/under at 15.5. They think he's going under 15.5 tonight, under 5.5 assists. I think, what was it yesterday? 14.5. I think it was 14.5 and 4.5, and he beat them both. Tyrese had 17 and 7 last night. So come on, man, stop sleeping on Tyrese Halliburton. What y'all doing, Vegas? Let's go.
Yeah, they ain't never seen my man's. They ain't never seen him play.
I do see De'Aaron Fox's number creeping up, though. They put the over/under for him tonight at 27.5. That number's starting to creep up a little bit. I think De'Aaron has got some people's attention with the way that he's played over the course of the last few weeks.
Yeah, let's do it. And they still got people out here that just ain't respect him, like NBA TV.
Dude, that was so weak, man. If y'all missed that, NBA TV ran this highlight package on the game last night, and Kings fans are kind of used to this. Not even kind of used to this. Like Kings fans are used to it. Like, this is what's been happening for years. But damn, they ran like a 2-minute package, what was essentially Trae Young highlights. And
Trae wasn't even killing last night.
I mean, he hit the one shot that I think crazy. Sports Center put out there.
Yo, that was wild.
Trae Young had 29 points last night.
He had 29?
De'Aaron had 37.
Look here.
Couldn't get a highlight last night.
Another crazy thing about that, Damien, is it did not feel like Trae Young had 29 points last night.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he had 22.
Nah, he had 29. He only hit that three. This wasn't on the Sports Center highlight either. That three was the only one he hit. It was the only one that he hit.
It was like 1 of 9 yesterday or something.
Pretty close, 1 of 7.
Yeah.
1 of 7. But yeah, let's go ahead. Tony Snell, one of their starters who played 20 minutes, had 0 points for them. This is their second straight loss. But no. Let's go ahead and run the Atlanta Hawks package here. Let's run, and talk about how great the Atlanta Hawks are. This is the team. They drew a 22-point lead against the Clippers the other night when they wound up losing their first game for Nate McMillan.
Yeah. Wow.
No love for the Kings, man. Absolutely none. Harrison Barnes has been...
He's kind of slumping.
Timid lately. Last couple of games.
Kind of slumping. We need Harrison to get back to what he's doing. I feel like he's shooting too many threes. Get back to attacking the basket, Harrison.
Okay. I wonder how much of that... I mean, I guess we pull up the game logs. We can make this some research for tomorrow. Of course, if he goes for 27 tonight, it's all for naught, and it doesn't really matter. But does this coincide with Bagley going out? And I mean, he's the only one who's really like changing positions.
That could be a big reason why here. Having him play the 4, banging down low a little bit. Maybe he's getting worn out trying to guard bigger guys a little bit. I know what people like to see, and I know. People, the stats say this and that. Mm-hmm. I don't like Harrison Barnes at the 4. I think he's a small forward. And you kind of got to do it right now because you don't have a small forward and you're still forcing the 3-guard lineup. But I'm just not a fan of Harrison for the majority of the game being your power forward. Not feeling it.
You know what a lot of people are feeling, and I see Murph talking about this here in the chat. And if you ever want to be a part of the chat, we'd love to have you. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Follow us there, or head over to YouTube.com/ESPN1320 and subscribe to that channel. We've gotten dozens of new subscribers over the course of the last 2 days, and we greatly appreciate that as we continue to grow that channel and grow this community and this family here on ESPN 1320. And we're so thankful that you're a part of it. We're thankful to everybody listening on the radio.com app. We hope that you hit the heart button and saved us as your favorite station. And of course, we love everybody who's listening to us old school on 1320 AM. Speaking of old school, you know what I discovered this morning as I was messing with my bump box?
What's that?
It's got a radio on it. Like I can listen to ESPN 1320. I can listen to KSFM 1025. I can listen to all my favorite radio stations on the bump box. I was bugged out when I found that.
Up. So wait a minute. How?
It's just got a radio programmed in it.
Oh, I like that.
I
like that.
That's legitimately, that bump box is the only radio I have in my entire house. And I discovered the fact that there was a radio thing there on accident. Unfortunately, we're my favorite show, so I can't listen to my favorite show on the bump box. So that's okay. That's okay. I'll stream the Deuce and Mo podcast and J Street Vibes and all of that good stuff through the bump box. One thing to watch tonight, which it really will be interesting to see. Corey Joseph has been Luke Walton's guy. I'm not laughing like, Luke lost his guy. I'm just talking about in the realms of playing. Like we've seen Corey Joseph play some major minutes tonight, and he was a part of the deal that was done about 6 seconds after the buzzer went off last night. And
that was crazy.
The gifs that came out after the Corey Joseph trade, the one with the scene from Goodfellas made me laugh. Bryce sent us a couple of gifs of the Shield. I thought there would have been a great one. I didn't get this one, but I thought there would have been a great one of Seth Rollins hitting Roman Reigns in the back of the back with the steel chair when he turned on the Shield. But it was literally just moments after the game. DeLon Wright's not playing tonight.
No, he's not.
I mean, neither is Mo Harkless.
None of these guys.
Yeah, like Terence Davis isn't. None of these guys are playing.
The only one that had a shot would be Fondu, and they moved on from him.
Yes, the legend, Kabengele. He was cut today, in addition to Jabari Parker, to get the roster back down to 15. But so who's the first guy off the bench?
First guy off the bench. Let me think about this. It is probably. You probably go Sam Whiteside. And then as far as the guards, maybe Woodard gets in, maybe Kyle Guy.
So that's kind of what I was thinking about. Would Kyle Guy get some run? We know that ain't happening. We know DeQuan's not getting any run tonight. I don't know why. But there'll be a nice little look at the pecking order here as to what he thinks about the bench. We know that the depth is an issue. We know that help is on the way with these acquisitions, but again, they're not available, and they're not at a disadvantage. The Sacramento Kings aren't at a disadvantage with that tonight because there are going to be a whole bunch of guys that aren't available with the Golden State Warriors either. Like they made some deals. Warriors favorite. Brad Wanamaker's gone. Steph Curry is out. Bonte Hill joined us earlier. He was talking about, the kid at that point guard position. And it's like, okay, Draymond, it's the Kenny Caraway game, as Draymond Green may very well, kind of run things tonight. I'm actually waiting for the report that says Draymond Green just stayed in San Francisco.
You said Draymond Green will run things tonight. Is that what you told me?
Yeah.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
No. We have officially hit every single drop that we have on this 4-hour show. We've had fun today, in case you couldn't tell. And the truth is, like, we actually love what the Kings did.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just keep playing this. You said Draymond Green is going to run things tonight?
I'm talking about running the team tonight. Oh, I was expecting the extended one. That didn't even get the extended laugh. That just got the quick laugh. Okay.
Give him the quick one real quick.
Okay.
Draymond Green.
What I meant was
he beat these boys by 25 if he's running things.
Okay, Kings fans, send your frustration to @IamKDiddy. That is @IamKDiddy. Don't send it to D-Lo and KC. Don't send it to ESPN 1320. Send it to.
I'm not even cleaning this up. The Kings will never beat anybody by 25. They'll never beat anybody by 15, it feels like. Like last night, it felt like we were going, okay.
They just beat somebody by 15, didn't they?
I think it was Houston they beat relatively well.
They beat Houston by like 20.
Cleveland, they won by like 15.
There you go.
But, I mean, those are exceptions, not the rule. Even last night, I was like, oh, okay, they're up by 14. Mm-hmm. Start of the fourth or something like that. Like, might have a nice, calm night. No, the Hawks took the lead with like 2 minutes to go. It doesn't matter who they play. The Kings will win close.
That game, it felt like it had last night's game felt like a Kings game. It's pretty much what it was. Like it felt like a Kings game. Like, oh no, don't lose this game. Like, come on. Like,
Bogey hit that joint to get it to one.
My gosh,
oh my goodness,
dude. And is it just? Didn't it feel like there was a lot of talking last night?
Oh yeah.
There was a lot of like, even like Tyrese was getting in on the act. There was a point in maybe it was the third quarter where De'Aaron went to the foul line.
Yeah, he was talking with Bogey
the whole time. Like he was talking.
I like that. I want him to say the right stuff because a lot of time it was a little chummy, and I was like, all right, Bogey, like you're my guy, bro. Ain't nothing chubby going on right now, man. Like it's not.
The trash talk was too nice.
Yeah, you remember we used to do it. Yeah. No, I did it. We did it once. We dapped up before. It's good. Like now I'm going to tell you I'm about to bust you up. That's what I'm talking about. Then afterwards, we dap it up. You my guy. Man, ain't get all too chummy, man. Too chummy.
Kenny Caraway does not like friends on the basketball court. Bogey, I mean, all kidding aside, that might have been Bogey's best game of the entire season.
He played really well. That boy was hitting. He was hitting. Got to give him his props, man. And I say like I talk about him like he's Belly. Like no, I always did like Bogey.
You talk about him like he's Belly. There's no way that's not going to be funny.
Yeah, no, I don't speak about him that way. I like Bogey. That was my guy. There was time to move on, but that's my guy.
Talk about time to move on. It's time to move on to Kate Scott, the busiest woman on the planet. In between skates, joining us. Oh dear, are you in trouble? Like,
are you in Compton? Where are you?
You in a police car right as we're coming on the air, right? What's up, guys?
Kate Scott joining us for the first time. I don't know what to say. Like Kate Scott from the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game. Kate Scott from the Pac-12 Network. Kate Scott's calling hockey. She's calling the Warriors on Monday. You do just about everything. We appreciate you. Wait, okay, all kidding aside, where are you right now?
I'm currently on a stoop in Boston. I tried to just come outside the arena that I've been in all day because, as you mentioned, calling the National Women's Hockey League, which is the pro women's hockey league here in the States, calling their cup semis, so 2 games tomorrow on NBCSN, and then calling their final for the Isabel Cup on Saturday. So I'm in Boston. I tried to find a quiet spot, but you guys know that is difficult to do in big cities. So.
And that wouldn't fit our show. Like we're much more comfortable hearing like sirens or things like that. We believe one of our listeners was trying to defuse a bomb one day. So like it's cool.
Yeah,
so we
love it.
Yeah, motorcycles now the motorcycle gang is a little flavor.
You're definitely in Boston. God knows what else we're going to hear while we're on this. I guess it depends on what part of Boston.
Chowder head, get out of my face, chowder head.
But you do spend your mornings with Bonte, who joined us earlier, and Joe Shasky. You guys spend a lot of time talking about the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors made a couple of moves today, but didn't do anything, super seismic. What do you think about the Warriors' season so far and kind of how this thing may finish out for them?
Well, they've definitely given us a whole lot to talk about down on the morning road, that's for sure. So selfishly, as a morning show host, I've been very happy with the roller coaster that has been Warriors season. And I think it's been must-watch television, right? Whether it's because they're winning or they're losing really badly, or Stepford or James Wiseman's in or is he out? It's been a soap opera this season, which for I think, and this I know it's probably going to piss off a lot of Kings fans, but after 5 straight NBA championships, right? It kind of became a little bit routine for some fans. And I know.
Okay, Bonte Scott, relax.
Cry me a river.
But oh man, they're winning another game, and I was trying to tell them, y'all, it's gonna stop and end very soon. So enjoy every last second. But you know what I'm saying? And then last year was obviously a total trash because everybody was hurt and stuff. Yeah. So I think it's been really intriguing just as Steph and Draymond have had to, and they're still very much in the process of discovering what is the next phase for them as leaders, as players. I'm sure that they're going into every game thinking, well, I can't really give as much as I could a couple of years ago because I'm older. And it's been cool to watch the young guys stumble and try to figure things out. So I really enjoyed it. I was expecting them to kind of make the moves that they did today, which was not much, but really just clearing space, looking towards the future because, they're not winning a championship this year. Hopefully they make it into the first round of the playoffs. If they do that, I'll be happy. So what they did made a lot of sense to me. I know it wasn't as exciting as some fans thought, but I was actually surprised you all didn't make a few more moves. Where are you at on the Kings? Kind of lack of moves today.
Well, go ahead, Casey. Yeah. No, I'm just saying we had to make some. It was house cleaning, right? There's some guys on the roster that it's time to move on from. They didn't fit the future. They didn't fit the way this team is playing right now. Got some roster depth. That was really the big deal here with the Kings. The starting 5. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it won't change in the summer. But right now, they're okay with that. They're okay with it. They just needed some roster depth. They were out there playing 6-7 guys. They need to be able to go 9-10 deep. So that's what they're looking for tonight against the Warriors. And both teams, because of the moves that have been made, it's got to left the Warriors without a point guard. You can run that with Steph Curry being out with injury. Nico Mannion, Jordan Poole. How have you liked them since they've come back to the G League bubble? Have they impressed you? Have they looked a little different than they did before they left? What do you think of those two?
Yeah, they've looked a lot different. And you never know, right? Because it's great to go to a lesser level of competition and score a bunch of points and get your confidence up. But you never know how that's going to translate then when you come back to the big leagues, right? So I've been really impressed. Jordan Poole, we talked about him a bunch because it really seems like those points and that confidence has carried over for him. So his consistency since he came back from the bubble in Orlando has been really great because you guys know a lot of Warriors fans are like, this guy's a bust. Why did we waste a pick on this dude? Like this, we needed this pick to hit, even if it was a role player for the next few years for the Warriors. So even though it's been a very short sample size, I've been really happy and impressed with what Jordan Poole has shown the last week plus, and hoping that he's able to continue that because I would love for him to be able to be a role player for the Warriors the next few years. And same with Nico, very much like the last game on Tuesday against the Sixers, where I was thinking to myself, okay, came in the second quarter, and again, they're down by like 25 points or whatever it was, but he came in and he looked like an NBA player. The confidence, the way he was in charge of the offense, and nothing big on the stat sheet, but took a charge, threw to the hoop one time and had a really confident layup against a really big, good Sixers team. And then on a breakaway where she could have easily laid it up, did a little cool shimmy like behind the back, the guy who was trailing, which I thought, right? Especially when you're used to Stephen Curry being the point guard. So when it comes to, and it's obviously far too early for who's the steal of this draft, but I kind of look at both of our teams like it's either your guy at 12, right, Kyrie, or a couple years down the line it could be Nico because of the fact that everybody expected him before he started at Arizona to be a top 10 dude. Yeah. His shot kind of went away when he was down in Tucson, and Sean Miller's offense didn't fit him that well. So I'm looking at him, okay, if this guy can keep this up, he could stick around and be an important piece for the Warriors for the next few years, too.
Yeah, and Kate Scott of the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game and virtually everything else sports-related with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. This game, the Kings have almost quietly won 4 out of the last 5, and it's cool. It was cool to beat Atlanta yesterday. It's cool to kind of get those wins, but we've been talking about today, like this game feels like it has a new kind of lease of importance for the Kings in that they've got to start beating teams that are in front of them. And right now, the Golden State Warriors are in front of them, and you guys have been kind of hovering around 500 all year long. Is that kind of what you think you are, and that's just where the Warriors are going to settle, and the Grizzlies, Kings, Pelicans, those types of teams will just kind of fall into place?
I think so, because I've been the whole first half I was saying, okay, now's when they're going to win 3, 4, 5 in a row. Nope, just win or 2 and lose. You're just going back and forth. And I think Steve Kerr said it right before the break, like, we're just a mediocre basketball team this year, and that's okay because we're still, as you mentioned, hopefully going to be in the play-in game at the very worst. I know Kings fans would be killing for that right now. So I think tonight is a really important game as you're building I love what y'all are doing. You got the arena. Now it's time to put the team to be able to pay off all the fandom that you all have, right? I'm sure you guys talk about this on the daily. But in order to do that, it takes little steps. You don't just go from not making the playoffs to winning an NBA championship. There's steps in between. And beating the good teams in the last number of years is the way to do that. Like you said, you beat Atlanta, you beat the Warriors, you beat the Clippers, you beat Lakers, you beat all the big brands in your conference because just what I was talking about with Poole and Mannion, then that gives you the confidence, like, we belong. Even if you're thinking it, you guys know. When you finally do it on the court, then you're like, oh yeah, okay, we can hang with these guys. And then once you add a few more pieces or whatever it may be, then that's when it starts to happen and you start getting consistently into the postseason, which I'm hopeful that y'all do because how fun would that be, right? To have our team really finally have a really great NorCal rivalry. That's what I'm hoping shakes out.
Yeah, that would be awesome. The game tonight, Kate, Steph Curry's out. You got Kelly Oubre still there. You got Wiggins. You got Draymond. Who, for the Warriors, who are they looking to say, hey, we need you to kind of put us on our back tonight, pick up a lot of the load that Steph would have carried? Who are they looking at tonight to try and come out of Sacramento with a win?
It's got to be Andrew Wiggins, right, guys?
Yeah, I think so.
It's got to be. And it's been really interesting because you guys know me. I'm sure some of your listeners do as well. I'm always positive, always hoping for the best. So even though it came into the season and everybody was saying, don't get excited about Andrew Wiggins, he's always been the guy who will give you 41 night and the next night he's going to give you 12. There's just no real consistency to the game. And then he had a great January and got my hopes up again and then kind of let off in February a little bit. So I'm looking for him because even though I'm not paying the contract, like, he's a big chunk of the Warriors payroll. And with another big couple of chunks out and Steph and Clay, obviously, the it's time for this dude to get back to the consistency, in my opinion, of January. And he's not going to have to do that when Steph is back. So when he's gone, in my opinion, you really, because you're going to get something from Draymond, but you're not getting points from Dre. Maybe if you can get 10, that's great. And Kelly's been pretty consistent, but he's not really the game changer, in my opinion, either. That Wiggins can be. So he's the one who I'm going to be keeping an eye on tonight. Like, we need more from him. Had it in January, but we need to get back into that as the season winds to a close.
Kate, before we let you go, the timing worked out nicely with the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors playing tonight, but I wanted to have you on more specifically for the Warriors and the Bulls coming up on Monday, a game that you are calling. And, we talked with Morgan Reagan earlier today, and she's a part of the Sacramento Kings broadcast coming up on Saturday. And I think all of this is I think it's tremendous. We're excited to hear from you. And I kind of loved your remarks about this. You in an athletic piece, you were talking about a tweet that was tied to you about how women should have this opportunity outside of Women's Empowerment Month. And I just I read that. I was like, oh, I couldn't agree more with that. I have very different feelings about Black History Month, like in the way people celebrate it. Like, yeah, dude, we celebrate Black History every single day. It's March 25th. Kenny and I celebrated Black History today, and
every day.
Yeah, right, exactly. And that's how I feel about women in sports. Like, women in sports are they're just there is as many great women broadcasters as there are men. It's just we look at them as women broadcasters, and it can be maddening.
Right.
Yeah, and as maddening as that can be, it's also important for the people who aren't us and don't feel the way we do to have these nights right now. And I hope that they go away in the next few years. But I know that it's important right now because it's drawing the eyes and gets people thinking, whatever they're thinking, oh, great, a women's night, here we go. But I know that in the process, Saturday with the Kings broadcast, Monday night with ours, it's going to open a few ears and eyes and minds in the process, and that's what matters. And it also matters because there's going to be girls who didn't know they could do this before because we're scattered in our jobs, right? So coming together for one night is important to just raise that visibility, to create that awareness, so that in hopes in a couple of years it will just be, Chris is calling the game with Doug or whatever the case may be. Right? Tim Roy's healthy, but Tom Tolbert's out for the night. So Mary Murphy, who's going to be my partner, she was great a couple of years ago. She's in, and it's just routine now. But we're not there yet. So I understand why it's frustrating to some people and might seem like a token or a stunt. I even felt that way when I was a part of my first all-women's broadcast last year with the NHL on NBC. But it took management explaining to me, here's why it's important, because it's not about you, it's about everybody else who either doesn't know they can do this and might want to, or the people who don't think you're qualified. You need to show them that you are, so that we can then take the next step, which will hopefully be normalizing this and not celebrating it once a year or once a month or whatever it may be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kate Scott, you are the GOAT. We go way, way back to this morning updates that will be read, and this young lady from the 559. Look at me now, like Drake said, man. I'm super proud of you.
I'm so proud of you. No, just for a second, I know it's your show, and I'm totally taking over, but I'm so proud of you because I know how hard you've been grinding. I know what it takes to get here, and I'm so excited that you're just getting started. So keep doing what you're doing because you're off to a fantastic start.
Okay,
much love, Kate. Much love.
Feelings. Have fun in Boston. Have fun with hockey. And congratulations again on the call on Monday. We're really looking forward to it. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you all for having me.
Take care, Kate.
All right. Kate Scott. You can find her everywhere.
It's the GOAT. That's the GOAT.
Yeah, she'll be there. I am excited. I'm excited. Like I know Megan McPeak. She did the Toronto Raptors game last night. Like I know her. She's awesome. And I'm happy that they're all getting all of these opportunities. These designated opportunities bug me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. I'm a big proponent of just seeing them just there.
Like Kara Lawson got her first call. I think Kate just mentioned Tom Tolbert. Like Tom Tolbert got stuck in a snowstorm, and Kara, who was going to be the sideline reporter for a game, wound up calling it.
Like and Kara's really good. Like she's good. I know this is a go-to for everybody, but Doris Burke is great.
Right.
And I don't ever watch an NBA game and think, oh, they have a female color analyst. It's just Doris Burke. Like she's part of.
You're not watching very many games either, too. They have that. There's only a couple.
Right, but it's Doris Burke. Like this is a person that's about to teach me about the game. Tell me what's going on. I don't know. I really wish it would become more the norm.
Yeah, and I guess it's exactly what Kate was talking about. There is progress. You know what I mean? Like, all right, we'll get there. It's like Morgan. We're talking to Morgan earlier. Like Morgan is like actually like an analyst.
Yeah,
like, and I wonder, like, you guys know that, right? Like, she calls games on television for the G League. Like she and I'm thrilled for her getting the opportunity to to be a part of this historic broadcast and do the social media content. But at the same time, damn, like she's a color analyst. You know what I mean? And I guess you can only fit so much into one broadcast. But yeah, those are we've had some incredibly talented women on this show. We've had some incredibly talented people on this show. So we've got it's cool if we don't. Like it's been a busy day, but do we?
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
for sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't give you the heads up before. That's an EKC on me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we got him. We here.
Okay.
We here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's touch on a couple of things, man, before we get to those Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. Thank you to Kate Scott and Jason Jones, and thank you to James Ham and Deuce and Mo, and thank you to Bonte Hill, all who joined us today. And I promise, just because the trade deadline has come and gone, it doesn't mean we're not going to be loaded with Kings content tomorrow. As we mentioned, Monty McNair's doing a press conference at 1 o'clock. I think we're going to find a way to stream that to you so you can hear it live. Again, we normally don't do Zoom press conferences live, but it's Bigfoot. We've got a Bigfoot sighting. Like, it's Monty McNair, so we're going to work on the logistics of that and plan on bringing that to you. And most of all, y'all lit the stream up today. Woo! Man, in a way that is new for us. Our stream is like maybe approaching 2 months old, maybe about a month and a half. And you have pretty much obliterated every radio.com, YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, every record we have. You have absolutely obliterated all of them. So we greatly appreciate that. Before we get to Kenny's keys to a Kings victory, we've got the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors tonight. Person after person, guest after guest, call after call, message after message. They have all jumped in and said the same thing. This game has a different feel to it. They've got to win.
They got to win.
And I hate saying that.
They got to win. It makes me feel nervous.
But you got to start beating these teams that are in front of you, man, and they're absolutely capable of doing it. You've got to start beating these teams in front of you. And hell, kick the freaking Warriors while they're down.
Please.
It's not our problem. Steph being out, their trade. What do you always say? Not my problem. You say not my job, but I'm a paraphrase. I'm a paraphrase. It ain't my problem. Let's go. Like, let's take advantage, man. Take advantage. Take advantage of this team. Go out there, play like you did yesterday. Be aggressive. And I don't know what the rotation is going to look like. Hassan Whiteside, Justin James. We know it's not Corey Joseph. I don't care. Put some guys out there and let's go.
And look, I'm gonna tell you like this: you need this win. So that means Fox got to go 40 tonight, 40 minutes. All right, cool. That means Tyrese got to go 35 minutes tonight. All right, cool. You got to get the win. Rashawn Holmes stay out of foul trouble. That means you got to go 32, 33, 34 minutes tonight. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Like, we'll worry about the rotation on Saturday. You got to win this one tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned it, partner. This schedule is brutal. They play, as you noted, Saturday. They got Cleveland there. Then they play San Antonio. There's no 2 days of no games until April 6th and 7th.
Woo.
It's every other day or back-to-back until then.
Hey, put your sneakers on, put your Kobe's on, whatever, because we running, we going.
There's no sleep in day here for the Sacramento Kings. Like, there's basketball ahead, and when there's basketball,
hey.
There's Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. Want to remind you, ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall, and online at elkgrovedodge.com. It is the Sacramento Kings looking for their 5th win in 6 games. Tonight they'll be taking on the Golden State Warriors, who are looking to stop their 2-game losing streak. KC, you are spot on time after time after time. If Luke Walton is listening to this, and we know he's not giving his press conference yet, if Luke Walton is listening to this and Luke Walton and his staff follow these keys, the Sacramento Kings will win. Simple as that.
It's a scientific fact. All right. It is a fact. And I got some things today that I want to see from the Sacramento Kings if they're going to beat the Golden State Warriors. First and foremost, I want to see the Kings win the points off turnover battle. Now, the Warriors are one of the top teams. Matter of fact, they're the top team in assists per game. I think they're around 27 a night or something like that. But they also turn that thing over a little bit. One of the worst teams in the league at 14.5, excuse me. 14.5 turnovers a night. With that being said, that's with Steph Curry. Mm-hmm. They're going to have some rookies out there. They're going to have some guys, and Jordan Poole is a second-year guy. They don't even have Wanamaker to take care of the rock. I want to see the Kings create those turnovers, and not only create them, but cash in. Win the points off turnovers. That's number one. Number two, the Kings, regardless of what you want to say, I say it all the time, they put up points, all right? They score, and they're shooting. They're a top 10 field goal percentage team in the league. Number 8 at 48 points, 48% from the field a night. The Warriors are middle of the pack. They're 40%, 46% a night from the field goal percentage. That's with Steph Curry. You don't have Steph Curry. I need you to put, this is a little oxymoron here for the Sacramento Kings, put the clamps on them Warriors tonight. At the very least, hold them below that 46% for the night. All right. I want to see them around, let me put the number at 42% from the field or lower. 42%. Being a little ambitious here, but hey, that's what I'm looking for tonight. 42% or below from the field tonight. That'll get the Kings a victory. And last but not least, I love my matchups. And the way that De'Aaron Fox is playing right now, I don't think there's nobody that can touch him on the Warriors. Matter of fact, Damian, I don't think there's any 2 guys that can touch De'Aaron Fox on the Warriors tonight. We're going handicap match, but this time it's 2-on-1 against De'Aaron Fox. Okay. And I need De'Aaron Fox to outscore not only Nico Mannion, but Jordan Poole tonight. All right. And you got to be careful with Jordan Poole. Shout out to my University of Michigan alumni. Boy, he can get sneaky, but I think the Kings need to have eyes on him. And I don't think there's anything that anybody can do on the Warriors about De'Aaron Fox. I want to see De'Aaron outscore the combination of Nico Mannion and Jordan Poole.
I think Marshall Harris had Jordan Poole pegged at a big game tonight.
Yeah, got to watch out. Got to watch out. I ain't going to lie to you. Got to watch out. But if De'Aaron can outscore those two, if the Kings can hold the Golden State Warriors to 42% or below from the field, and if they can win the points off turnovers, tomorrow we're going to come in here and we're going to talk about the Kings winning 5 of 6 because they'll win. Book it.
So you gotta hit the air horns because we just hit 100 likes. So the chat conversation was, you gotta hit him again. You gotta hit him again. You gotta hit him one more time. You gotta hit him one more time. The chat was working hard for us to get to 100 likes here over on the YouTube stream. Hopefully you guys are following as well. We had mentioned we wanted to get to 300 by Friday, by the end of Friday. We're at 339 right now. We blew past 300 at halftime yesterday. So you guys have been tremendous, man. We hope we didn't let you down in our coverage of the Sacramento Kings and the NBA trade deadline as a whole, and we'll have a lot more to discuss tomorrow because the Sacramento Kings play tonight. Monty McNair talks. We'll load up the guest list as well. Like there's plenty more to talk about. And man, KC, if the Kings get themselves one today,
come on, man, we need this one, man. Sorry, Danny in San Francisco, we need this one.
I honestly think the Kings get this one, man. We might have put that Charlotte debacle behind us. and we can start looking forward. You're grabbing a team, you're grabbing a game from a team that's in front of you. But either way, man, we have got you tomorrow here at noon. So again, thank you for all the support today. Thank you for being with us. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Check out the podcast available wherever you get podcasts from, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever it may be. And know that we'll be back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings!
Yes, sir. God damn. That was fun. It was tough. But that was fun.
That was fun, man.
Yeah, dude. Y'all.
Hey, man, shout out to the chat, man. I'm serious. I know Damian feels the same way. The love and support y'all show for us, man. Man, it's
dude,
crazy.
We're at 108 likes, man. Like, for real, I think we joked about this one day, and John been hitting the campaign trail hard.
Yeah,
for
man.
us.
Shout out John, man. Shout out to that dude, man.
ESPN 1320, the people station. Like we kind of, whether like it may not be the official slogan, though you could argue it could be. Like we take that seriously, man. We try to be the most interactive show out there. We try to have fun. We try not to be radio, you know what I mean? Like not take, like there are things we've got to go to commercial breaks. Like we can't help that. Like there are certain radio things that we have to do. There's stuff that we have to read, but if our feeling has always been, if we're having fun, you're probably having fun too. Or if we're frustrated with what, if we're frustrated with the Kings game, it probably means you're frustrated with the Kings game. If you're frustrated, Buddy Hield missed a 3 by 8.5 feet last night, then you're probably frustrated too. So like that, we always just try to be a reflection of we're just sports fans like you are. And there's some people, in this market for too long who kind of put themselves on a pedestal and have taken this whole process too seriously. Like, we're nothing if you're not listening. You know what I mean? Like radio shows don't exist if you're not actually listening to them.
That's facts.
So we really do try to gear what we do towards you, man. And I swear to you, we just can't thank you enough. This was, obviously you guys can see the stream, but like stuff like radio.com and all of that stuff, we don't get those numbers. But Danny in San Francisco gets those numbers, and we know that they were pretty big today. So
yeah, man. Yeah.
Y'all repped hard for us.
It may sound like a cliche or whatever the case may be, but me and Damian, myself and Damian and I, however you want to say it the right way, we can be as talented as we want to be. It don't matter if nobody's listening and nobody's supporting. So yeah, man, I appreciate it. It blows me away.
Yeah, we'll get it. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there, Murph. I know we're all frustrated. Maybe that's the station's name, ESPN 1320. We're all frustrated with Kenny's internet. that's what we're gonna call it.
It's so bizarre too, because like I said, on my end, like it's crystal clear. Like I see it. It's just, the only time I know the internet is bad is when you guys tell me it's bad. It's crazy. So my websites are going smooth. Everything's going good. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's hard for Kenny and I because I only know something is like wrong when we switch to a Zoom call, and then it's like, this doesn't sound good because we're connected through different devices through the station, so the on-air sound is a little bit different than what you hear. So when we had that when we thought Bonte was going to be on the stream and I heard you for the first time, I was like, oh my God, we've got like 4 more of these. This is and what was weird when Ham joined us,
for a second.
When James joined us, it was perfect. It was perfect.
I don't get it, man.
I don't know either, but
I don't get it. I don't know.
We appreciate you, Murph, man. We appreciate all of you.
Murph, dog, I need to get out to Vegas. Murph, we're doing a show from Vegas. We're going to be at the Stadium Club. Is that what it's called? Stadium something. We'll be there. Murph.
I got some stats here from Will Z that we'll work into tomorrow's show. Will did some stats on incoming and outgoing. Oh, interesting. These are interesting.
Real quick, Will, shout out to him. He found out that Draymond Green is the 181st highest rebounder in inactive players today.
All right.
Yikes.
See, outgoing age of the players traded 30 and a half, incoming age 25 and a half, average points outgoing 13.8, incoming 21.4.
Wow.
All of the numbers for the incoming players are better.
Who left though?
I didn't include Parker because he only played 27 minutes. That's not funny. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at that. That dude was like a number 2 overall pick. Like that's a wild. The Jabari Parker thing is, I mean, really, Jabari Parker, Andrew Wiggins. I know Andrew Wiggins is trying to work it out, but man, that's weird. Yeah.
So some injuries for Jabari, man. I really believe it's the injuries with Jabari. He ripped his knee up twice.
By the way, which one of y'all, I think it was Ramsey, which one of y'all tweeted Nemanja bye Felicia? Which one of y'all was that? I think it was Ramsey. I'm not positive, but I can't lie. It made me chuckle.
Nemanja bye Felicia.
Yeah, Shavana was 57.
Oh, jeez.
All right, man. Let's y'all. Thank you for everything that you did today. Danny in San Francisco is summoning us for 2 minutes. I don't know if you got that text, so we gotta call in to Danny in San Francisco. But thank y'all, man. We appreciate you. For you guys made today a monster, and let's do it all again tomorrow.
Yes, after a Kings win.
Kings win. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Have a good night, y'all. Thank you again.
Holla.